So this is the infamous Kanye West. I keep saying Ye West. Sorry, Kanye West interview with Lex Fridman. I've been interested in watching it for a bit. Had it on the back burner, and I'm ready to watch it today. I'm excited. I don't know too much about Lex. I believe he's a Jewish guy. I will say one thing: of all the criticisms of Kanye, I can respect the fact that I can't respect the fact that he's saying a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, but I can respect the fact that he's actually talking to especially a Jewish person who, my understanding, it represents at least part of the Jewish community, about his anti-Semitism. I can respect that. When you make a mistake, I imagine this is kind of like the first place that you would go. So I can respect that. Lex seems like a cool guy, very intelligent. I saw a clip of this conversation. Frankly, no homo, the guy's kind of sexy. It's a little bit, I guess, the way he looks, but the way that he speaks very intelligently, it's attractive. I just wanted to say that. I mean, I think it's very attractive, not in like a sexual way, just like in like a Ryan Reynolds way, but not Ryan Reynolds, because I think this guy's better than him. Don't come at me. Let's get the interview started, though.
Is a conversation with Ye. The following is a conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West, on this Lex Fridman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it.
Hey guys, I can't be anti-Semitic. I got a Jewish friend.
Because now I have friends that can give a perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able.
It's a very interesting start here, where they're talking about engineering. So it's chaptered in here, but they're starting with talking, and like it's actually very friendly. They're just like, yo, can you give me some advice? That's basically what I'm hearing here. And he's like, all right, sure, we could start off with that. I know this seems like weird to say this, but this is a very human thing to do. I think we've all been in a situation where like you got to talk something serious with somebody, whether it's like a friend or a family member, and the first thing you do is you're like, yo, let's just have a comfortable conversation for like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? That's just very real to me, because that's the energy that I'm coming off with. I'm not trying to run defense for Kanye, because he's done some real he said some really terrible stuff, but that's just a feeling that I get,
able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become, whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm gonna stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach.
Trauma economy. Wonder what he means by that. I feel like BLM, the movement itself, maybe not the organization. It seems like they've gone a bit too far with like some of the way that they've been using money. It's definitely valid. But I wonder the trauma economy aspect of it. Hopefully they expand on that.
In school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school. And everything else.
I mean, I disagree. I think history is very important, so we don't repeat it. But I can respect the incredible focus on engineering. I believe he's representing that in like black communities, especially, because that is like the way of the future. So
this needs to be recessed. Nothing at all. Any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species, and that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that. But to push back, history is not. The interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah, that's
so.
Right.
He's right. I'm trying to like understand Kanye's worldview and like world framing, because like I think Kanye has gotten into this point in his life where he's so anti-mainstream that like he questions everything, and I think it's incredibly good to question everything, because I don't think that like to the victors go the spoils, right? And so like that's who does that. Those are people who do frame what happens. But just because that they frame it doesn't mean that there's no truth to be held behind it. And I feel like this ideology, which I understand, especially with, and people gave me like a pushback when I made my video. I reacted to an Internet of J video about Kanye West, and I was like called like, you know, Kanye destroyed his career. People gave me a lot of pushback when I was like, I feel bad for Kanye because he was locked in a relationship with Kim Kardashian, and she was able to use her platform as a voice to speak out against him and reframe the divorce in a way that makes her seem like nice and potentially, you know, a whole thing. People are like, well, he knew what he was getting into. It's like, no, you don't. Nobody, I'll tell you from my experience, I didn't ever know what I was getting into doing social media. You can never explain what social media is like to somebody, and I'm not nowhere near Kanye West's level, just to be explicitly clear. You can't explain the experience, just like you can't explain the experience of dating Kim Kardashian, somebody with a show that has the potential ability to kind of, in my opinion, you know, misuse your trust and start framing things like their divorce and whatnot in a way that makes her seem like a really good person that may not be accurately represented by what's going on. I'm not saying that he's like this pure victim, but I can say like I can empathize with some of the things that are going on, even if I disagree with a lot of the things that he's saying, obviously. So I think it's potentially created this like really, I think that Kanye's seen some of the manipulative nature of the way that media is introduced, and he's taken it to a point where it's like he's gone too far. He's too contrarian to what's going on in the world, you know?
If I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon, is that it is now. Right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of history.
The biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much.
Maybe too much, sure, but like you still need to acknowledge it.
Giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here. And it's time. And the leadership.
You know what? Because here's the thing, and I could be mischaracterizing what Kanye is saying, but what I find interesting is that like the general conservative argument about the past, and when it applied to like minority groups specifically, is that like we need to stop focusing on the past, like systemic racism is over, et cetera, et cetera. And I disagree because there's still lingering effects. One of the things that I find a bit like, I guess it's engaged in like cognitive dissonance, is that on the one hand, a lot of conservatives will say, this was in the past, you need to do your shit now, blah, 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 blah. And I get part of that. Part of you has to try your best to pick yourself by your bootstraps because, you know, life is not going to hand you everything. But then the other part of that is they constantly hear conservatives referencing the past and like, remember the good old days, in a way where it's like, you're also recalling the past from a nostalgic perspective, and then kind of pretending that like we are focusing too much on the past. But don't you think that maybe just conservatives in their own way, just like progressives in their own way, focus too much on the past, you know?
Ship is changing because you have Elon as a leader, Ye as a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the presidents.
So you're a human being.
I don't know if I agree with that, but okay.
With engineering challenges before you, with stem player, with parlor.
Where the fuck is auto?
What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of.
I know what he's saying, but imagine just telling a baby, "You fucking engineering," and you just start screaming out of it. It's like screaming at the baby, "Engineering."
Yeah. Literally, like, let me see a piece of paper. I need to write that down. That's the beginning of our new species constitution.
I like how he like really just inspired himself. I gotta write this down. This is my first line. Okay, cool stuff, man.
I'm gonna do the paper like this wide.
Interesting.
Widescreen. This for Ridley.
Who's Ridley? His kid?
You are. No, let me like. You are a being.
We're really doing this, huh?
With engineering
opportunities or challenges?
Opportunities.
Bro, what the fuck is happening?
I'm sorry, I don't spell as good as John Legend. Opportunities.
This is such a surreal moment. This is such a surreal moment for so many reasons. The one is that like Kanye actually feels very inspired by what he said to a point where he wants to write it down. And I can respect that. But then it's also weird that you're like wasting the time of like, you know, the host writing something down for like a later thought, you know? Make a voice note. I don't know. It just seems a little bizarre. It's a surreal moment. I would never do that. That's weird. But I'm not a world leader, so.
Before you. I like the before because it can mean forward or before you. This right here, I've always said I'm a top 5 writer in human existence, but this is like this right here is pushing me to like number 4 or number 3.
It's a good
because
line.
who would you say is the top?
Right.
It's top writer in human existence. We know who it is.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though.
That?
It's like okay, so who's the top person in tech history?
What?
It's not subjective.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you do. You talk about top like financial earner? Okay, so I don't know who the fuck it would be, but okay. Or do you mean like who's the best? I don't know. It is a bit subjective, I would say, but okay.
There's a non-subjective answer
Well, who's the
to
best?
both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Okay, one person,
Yeah.
30% of our language was, the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So
30% of our language was written by Shakespeare.
And it was
and then the product.
Look.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You put Steve above like Elon's of the world? Because Steve is a designer, he's a designer and engineer, but he's a visionary in the design space.
Well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like...
Then you're an engineer. If Steve is an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
He's a cultural engineer. Like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important, like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxnard last night to see Anthony Jeselnik.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to find out what his...
Why Anthony Jeselnik? You know? He's like the Dane Cook of comedy right now. He's not that bad. I'm just busting chops. Dane Cook wasn't the worst either. I thought it was a little cringe, but that's subjective. Am I right?
Opening joke was because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny. And I like that he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years. Mm-hmm. And his opening joke was so high level, I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does. And so many things are...
God bless Kanye. The way that you're like, I think I'm funny too, but of course, like a comedian is probably funnier than me if they make a job out of it. It's just interesting. He's like, I realized that he's a professional comedian. It's like, yeah, you paid for that. Like, it's
subjective. I always talk about this. It's like, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointers,
well, so like you're talking about influence. If you could somehow like figure out the most influential like female person, like body wise, you could come up with that metric. You could come up, like, it depends on how you're engaging. Like by his logic of engagement, which is like who has the most social, like I don't know. You could probably argue that like Pamela Anderson might be the most attractive for her time, at least because she has such a profound influence on people. Something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe Kim Kardashian. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
With Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
Well, okay, interesting. We're gonna get into that, but I mean, like, I don't know what bank accounts are not subjective. Like, yeah, somebody has more money, but okay. Oh, let's.
What about it?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, there's not a Wait, what's the question? Okay, the reason I'm confused, because I know people are like, wow, why are you confused? Like, yeah, dick size is objective, but I don't know if people need to hear this. Not all girls like really big dicks. A lot of them can hurt. And I know some people might cry and be like, that's just a co-pop. It's not. Like, it's just the reality. All jokes aside, it's just the reality. It's just the truth. So what's the subjectivity here? Well, I'm a little confused about what he's trying to say through all the words he's saying,
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's a subjective.
But greatness is subjective, though.
Right.
Okay.
So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more?
Why would greatness be subjective if... I think I'm thinking about it too much. I'm going to keep listening.
Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes.
Sure,
the impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that what permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like what you said. The impact.
I don't know.
I'm taking notes.
How did you say? The impact on the collective intelligence of our species.
The impact on the...
Bro, this guy's wild
collective.
Right now. This is crazy. I'm fucking shitting and farting right now.
When Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
There's a lot of people that have kind of like sat through. I wanted to wear a different color hoodie because I was just tired of seeing this hoodie in all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me, they see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional, it's just like been an argument up to this point.
Okay.
This is the first
these things.
of, this is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. Okay. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
Yeah. And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity we say born again. We're all newborns. And everyone can, everyone shall, I don't like the word can. Shall, the only thing about shall is like, it kind of dictates and can kind of lets people off the hook. Mm-hmm. So I haven't found the perfect post-Shakespeare and post-Steve Jobs and post-Elon and post-Ye and post-Drake way to communicate this. But we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back, because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like, they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things.
What does he mean by they could have killed me? Like, does he, what? Okay. So listen, Kanye, let's first say that Kanye West is obviously a very influential person. He's very rich. He's very talented in his field. I understand that. But then on the other hand, I'm like confused as to this idea that he thinks that because he said provocative things, that like the government was going to kill him. That's what I'm receiving. That's the message that I'm receiving here. I feel like, and this is something that I feel like a lot of celebrities engage in, they think that they're better than they are. I think Kanye actually thinks he's, and I'm not saying that Kanye is not influential and can't have an impact. And he certainly has more of an impact than me, but it seems like he thinks that like he's a very special and important person in a really kind of weird way, where he's like, they could have killed me. Like, if you actually think the government was going to kill you over something like that, like you're very hinged in a conspiracy narrative, frankly. I
just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war, and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family, and I'll think about Kim, and I'll think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle right now, and just on
I don't know if I've ever, I can't believe you referred to Bowser as King Koopa. Oh, okay.
Brothers, you know how it is. Just go for the princess, and you get to this level, and it's like, dur, 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 dur. I'm like, I sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
Short Italian guy? Okay. I can see it.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim, from a Mario perspective and the princess? Looking back. Was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that question, because Kanye and Kim are broken up, yeah? This was definitely posted after their breakup, right? For sure. That's 10 days ago. And I think that it's unhealthy to enable Kanye to think that it's appropriate to continuously talk about his ex-wife, considering he seems to have a bit of an obsession with her. So I'm kind of uncomfortable with even the bringing her up in the first place. I understand that they're friends or whatever, but it seems like a bizarre question. It seems like an enabling question.
Was there a moment that, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
I didn't pause, by the way.
I mean, it's just the DNA is like, she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So like the entire history of evolution of the human species created this DNA that created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. It's like certain people have just like high.
It's interesting because, again, okay, listen, what I find additionally interesting is Kim Kardashian, and this isn't like criticism to her, she's not like special, right? She's just a celebrity. And again, there's this like importance that he places on her, just like he places on himself. Although I guess I can't criticize too much, because I love my wife like a lot. I think that she's the greatest woman in the world. So like, I guess I can understand this. from that perspective. Okay.
DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA.
It's just inappropriate.
You know, it's like
How's your DNA? Pretty good.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. You know, me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage and, you know, not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
Cool.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's a big detail,
What?
being that I found my dad's, you know, Playboy when I was 5 years old.
Okay.
It greatly affected my motivation.
What does that mean? What do
Okay,
you
so
mean?
that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Absolutely. I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
That's how we make people. That's how people are made.
Is he saying that he was like heavily motivated by finding like a girl? Which I'm not even shitting on that. Like I understand that's a pretty normal, like I guess, thing to do. Like I mean, fundamentally, if you really break us down, like our motivations seem to centralize around like us wanting to, you know, mate. I mean, I think it's a pretty big motivation, wanting to like mate and be comfortable in life. I can respect that. Okay. I guess he looked at a porn magazine and wanted to like, I want to fuck that. Okay. I guess that's the desired outcome. Or I guess that's the natural, logical outcome. Let's not say desired.
It's the desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level, scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas.
What?
There's something different that's there. So
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in. And this is over. Okay, let's do like, I don't like talking about money because like man-made money anyway is like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have.
Well, you did say before that money was so objective, and now you're talking about how very interesting concept of like how money doesn't really matter. I wish I can understand, like people talk about that all the time, like, you know, what does money really matter? I get that, but like it's interesting that you hold like in the span of 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so, you've kind of, I feel like you've almost contradicted yourself in some capacity. I feel like Kanye has a lot of thoughts that he hasn't really fleshed out particularly well.
Have other forms of currency. Of course, social currency is super important right now, but this is a drawing, and it's at a pretty good place now. This will be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the. I'm just draw a person here for scale.
So the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, that would help.
Okay.
Is that the communication
Look at my person. See the scale in this room.
tower?
All right. So
Wait,
Is that the tower that was like built? Well, I don't know if it's real. I don't think it's real, but like it was. It's part of like the Bible where man tried to build a tower to heaven, and so God cursed them to like speak different languages, so they didn't have the communication, the communicative abilities to finish the tower. I guess is that what it's referring to?
Dot is the person.
yeah, I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet,
Okay.
but that would be like
What are the other parts of the cell?
Okay, so it's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light. But the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth, and then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone. We're His greatest creation.
Okay.
So this is all connected? These are all connected?
Yeah, so I'm
God's
drawing how these other
iPhone.
cells go next
Okay.
to each other.
Interesting.
What's the vision here?
A tower of
Happiness.
barbell.
Then we talk about like what's
Tower
the
of barbell.
motivation? Like, yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smithed the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family.
Okay.
That is the promise. That is earth. I mean, that's heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land.
Okay.
And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this thing, you put a localized farm, say if it's in a community, that we do localized growing, and then we partner with Big Pharma and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food, pesticides. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick.
So, okay, what I'm hearing here is that Kanye West is talking. It's a good thing about how trying to make healthy foods profitable from a capitalistic perspective to incentivize people from not poisoning people. The reality here is, it's like if we could do that, that's a great idea. I don't know if it's possible. I don't think that you're going to be able to convince McDonald's in America that there's a profit incentive of, not poisoning people, and that is frankly the most true interpretation of that. You would have to have government intervention for that. I believe that out of like, I think America's McDonald's, I believe, is the worst McDonald's anywhere in the world. I think it's the most unhealthy, or least healthy, and most unregulated field. Like, the food in any other country is not nearly as fucking crazy, because they have regulations. Even some of the regular foods, like wheat thins, are so bad for you that I think America is like one of the only countries where you can actually get wheat thins. Like, you can't get them in England. But I can respect what he's saying if you could somehow make it. But like, the thing is that the reason that there are there's addictive substances inside of like McDonald's because they want you to come back, but the preservatives that they use exist so that they don't have to make fresh food. This way that it'll turn over for a longer time. They can leave it in the freezer for longer. They can have inventory for longer. It's good for their bottom dollar, but it's not good because there's so much salt and like garbage and like sugar and this and the food, and it's so addictive, and it's one of the reasons why people are so fucking fat.
And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and
for sure,
Coca-Cola selling sugar water and all this. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. You haven't said anything. Like, listen, he's right, and I think it's great that he's talking about it. But like that line, I hope I'm pissing more people off in power. We all know this. You're not saying anything that's going to cause anybody to be like, oh my God. The sad part is that we all know it and nobody does anything about it. We have zero. It seems like we have absolutely no interest as a society in regulating this in a way. I personally think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to do like a health tax, whether it's sugary foods getting taxed additionally or preservative foods getting taxed additionally, which incentivizes you to eat healthier. And you take that money that you tax and you try to, like, in New York, I live in New York, we I think cigarettes have a 50% tax on them. And I don't think that we should tax food at 50%. That's nuts. But we should use that money to figure out how to like give it back in a way of maybe helping people. Maybe we tax unhealthy foods and then that pays for insurance. We figure out a way, because a lot of poor communities are surrounded by unhealthy food options that are very close. They'll have McDonald's that are closer, or 7-Elevens that are closer than a fucking supermarket. And we figure out a way to like maybe combat that problem so that like poor people don't get fucked, because it effectively could become a poor tax with that money.
You're gonna piss off the sugar anybody that's powered on sugar.
Sugar. What's the Health was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was a reverse documentary on sugar.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know if you call it a reverse.
I'll tell you one thing though. Like, people should be aware of this. A lot of places, and I believe McDonald's does this too, they will put a lot of meats that you buy from like fast food places and shit. The meat and the eggs are full of carbs. They'll inject it with like carbs to fill it out and make it taste better because they put carbs in it. I guess that's subjective, but it's something to be aware of. You go out to eat, I'm gonna get some eggs. That's nice. Probably it's probably a better alternative to eating shit, but they put carbs in it. They fill it with a lot of bullshit. Same thing with meat.
Watch it again. When they show sugar in it, it's just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah. Just
so as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right, that it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and through facts.
Yeah,
and
it's true. That's true.
I've got to download as much of the information and as much of the don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, no, actually God runs the world, but there's just like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this, and the clothes we wear and spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you hate you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it.
The Holocaust is fake. Like I said, I I see that they have a tab that's about the Holocaust that comes up soon. It's good to express yourself, but I think you should also take into account being respectful of other people, you know.
Non-violently,
Mr. West.
I have to say that, like, as
I like personally, express yourself, but maybe don't say DEFCON 3 to fucking Jewish people. It's probably a little over the line there.
As a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump.
Sorry, what?
To say that, like, as as a shout out to Alex Jones.
Why?
And Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that they have criminalized free thought.
No, you're so wrong, Kanye. Like, this is a dumb thing that you're saying. I don't give a shit about Trump, to be honest with you. To be fair, I'm more focused on Alex Jones. Alex Jones heavily pushed for money. That seems to be the case. The conspiracy narrative that children who were murdered, children that very well could have been your children, it could have been my children, it could have been anybody's children. It is an unfortunately horrible, dumb luck. He pushed a conspiracy that they were all actors and it was all fabricated to a point where they would get relentlessly harassed. I think as a person, as a human being, and especially as somebody with kids, Kanye, you should understand how fucking terrible that is. Imagine truly your kids were murdered in cold blood, and then the next day somebody saying that they didn't actually die and that you're a demon. This isn't the freedom of speech aspect. This is something that put the lives of the victims of a horrible mass shooting, their parents, through more turmoil. Their children were murdered, which is already horrible for the children, and then the parents lost their child on top of getting harassed and saying it never happened, to the point where some people had to move and they were getting death threats. This isn't a freedom of speech issue. Freedom of speech doesn't include inciting violence, right? This is a stupid thing that Kanye is saying. And it all comes down to, it really boils down to Kanye's perspective that anything, and this is what's being communicated to me by what I hear from Kanye, that mainstream is always wrong. That there's no truth to mainstream. That's a toxic mentality to operate in. I understand you should be skeptical of mainstream, but he has a very toxic mentality that he's engaging in, and it's harmful. Specifically in these instances, I believe in freedom of speech. You should be able to say some dumb shit, but not if it's going to cause people to be harassed relentlessly and die. This is horrible. So,
they, I hate when people use they, like they gets the blame for everything, right? It's always they.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
The problem is they is us.
the new gender.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility, and turn they to us. So we take
Turn they to yay.
accountability to us.
Wow.
Right.
He's blowing his own mind right now. Holy fuck.
And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the
I wish Lex would have pushed back on the Alex Jones thing specifically.
information open and people could figure out, they could figure it out, and open source.
Yeah, open source.
So I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, engineers and anointed people, anointed beings can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there will be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system. So it becomes like a water city where it's a constant flow that's not, it's regenerative, it's not wasting the water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this I don't want to call it a wave pool, but in the pool the water is not still.
So that exists in water, surrounded by water.
Well, the living room is you have two rooms. You have the dry room. Which
So is he like describing like a biosphere? What the fuck? What is happening right now? Okay.
We called the living room before, and then you have the wet room.
I have a bear right now. Oh shit.
How is that a source of happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things
all of our
in the previous declaration of
all of our buildings are based on just the industry and the economy. And then people lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive, because then you go back to the, women who give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive. And that's the reason why the media goes and gets, Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are the only ones I'm gonna.
There's more.
There's more, but I'm thinking of the ones that I think are attractive.
Yeah, it is subjective.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So to my subjective, which I think the only guys that could argue with me on my opinion on girls would be Brad and Leo, because we're the only ones with the track record. Everything else. So for everybody else, it's subjective. We've got history. So
are you?
What he's saying is like true. Like, yeah, people want to be considered attractive to other attractive people. I find it so interesting because nothing that he's saying is like super profound. It's like, I'm not trying to be rude, because he has this like really undeserved ego especially when it comes to his like intellect. I think he really thinks that he's God. And I find it interesting because these are things that people don't say because like they're so basic. It's like we talk about how like these things are so basic that there's no reason to say them. I find it interesting that there's not a whole lot of there's no humble nature from Kanye West here. Yeah.
Are you happy?
Absolutely. I'm just here. It's actually,
anyone visible yet? What the fuck?
It's difficult to make me unhappy. Now I can deal with frustrations, but when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, but you really need to scream at yourself.
Yeah, so you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Like right now, okay, say I got this pattern cutter that I wanted to remove.
I mean, I can if I'm going to be charitable, sounds like what he's saying is that like people will do things to anger you, and like there is a level of their fault. Of course, we shouldn't go all into it. But at the end of the day, sometimes all you can control is you and your reaction to things, and it's good to keep that in mind. That doesn't mean that what other people do to you is okay. It doesn't mean that you should even forgive them. But it's good to be like, I'm in control of my own actions, and I need to do better to like monitor my feelings on things sometimes, because at the end of the day, my own feelings can hurt me. If somebody does something really, let's say somebody, I don't know, fucking starts walking up to me and starts like berating me for being like ugly or whatever, and I'm starting to get pissed off because they're like screaming in my face. Maybe that's not a good example. I'm trying to come up with a good example. The point is, like, let's say somebody walks up to me and like fucking calls me something rude, and then I hit him. I'm justified in hitting him, but like, does that make my life better, or did my anger just like cause my life to get worse, even though he deserved to be hit, kind of a thing,
Because I felt like she was copying our patterns into the computer, and I didn't know why she wanted to do that, and I just wanted to do the patterns by hand. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns? Is that what you mean?
Am I head of it? Because that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war of human beings and robots.
But that makes it more efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency. You like the creativity of the singular nature of the pattern.
I believe that the human beings, and I'm saying this to you as a person who makes robots and a person that's friends with
I'm
Elon
deeply offended right now.
Yeah.
But I'll let it go.
Okay. So I believe that
he hates robots. I'm not gonna put that out there. It's a joke.
Robots have feelings too.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that Lex felt the need to explain to him that was a joke. And okay.
Yeah, that's right.
That was also a joke.
We need to clarify that for future robots. But the pattern cutter, you don't like that. That had to be that. You can't have that part of your life.
That's not what everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race.
Okay.
There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way.
Sure. Yeah.
As long as the people that know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans.
I mean, what he's saying is not wrong at all. It's a weird way to say it. But like this is why I'm an advocate for universal basic income. A lot of people don't understand this. Effectively taxing technology and trying to redistribute that wealth to people. Because realistically speaking, you have really rich people that control technology, like people at Amazon that are consuming record high profits, and they're providing a convenience. The service is great. Let's not pretend Amazon is bad, but they're keeping a lot of the wealth and they're siphoning wealth out of the middle and lower class. And the reality is with the advent of new technology, the point of it is to be more efficient, require less manpower. And so you can either pay people to a point where they can't live, or you can have machines do it, or you can redistribute some of that wealth from the machines back to people. Because how do you provide a livable income to people who will always be outperformed by a machine that doesn't require health insurance and is less maintenance than you? You can't, unless you get paid to a point where like you won't be able to live. And if we have technology, to me, technology is about providing comfort and convenience for everybody, not just the rich people who come up with it or potentially even steal the ideas. So like, how do you do that? And I'm not saying that people obviously should be like if you create a technological achievement or you contribute to society in a greater way, if you can support technological achievement, you have like a job that requires a talent. You have to go to school to work on computers. You deserve to get paid more, of course. Like Jeff Bezos deserves more money than me or most, like really any of us. But it's the question is to what extent does him getting paid too much have a profoundly negative impact on the rest of society? And so like what he's saying isn't necessarily wrong. It's just kind of a weird way he's saying it.
Lex?
Definitely something you have to be concerned about as we become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said,
okay,
go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect,
those are two disanalogous things. Listen, I understand the pro-choice versus pro-life argument. I understand that people who are pro-life believe that like that's an actual child with a soul in it. I can respect your perspective, but the reality is that it is massively different to abort a thing that has no personhood on it. At a certain point, we shouldn't be killing babies once they're birth. There's there's a massive difference between that and rounding up people in a mass genocide. Realistically, if you genuinely thought abortion was actual murder, there would be riot in the streets, and there's not, because you know that there's not a huge difference. You know that they're not. It's not human. And I'm not saying that we should have. I don't think abortions are awesome. I think that it's just unfortunate that people are in a situation in their life where they have to get that. It's profoundly stressful on a woman's body. It's not something that's easy to do. It's not, and we shouldn't consider it a plan A or a plan B. It should be a last resort. But this is diminishing to the millions of Jewish people and other people who died in the Holocaust as well, that were rounded up and they were effectively tortured to death. It's minimizing of that struggle. It is not the same thing in any true capacity, and it's disrespectful to it to assert that it is. It's true.
I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities
100%.
At that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was going to say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million, well, also, African Americans are actually Jew also, the lost tribe of
I can
Israel.
push back on that too.
Okay, so, well, everyone came from Africa.
I'm African. I'm basically African American.
Hey, if that's true, why can't I say it? He's giving me the pass right now. You know what I'm saying, dude? Not that I want to say it. I don't want to say it. But I just want to be able to sing a Childish Gambino song. That's all I want to be able to do by myself in the fucking car. Okay? That's all I want to do, bro. I just want to enjoy rap music as a 32-year-old white man. Emphasis on the W. like the whole thing, very white. Okay, I just want to be able to sing my favorite song, bro. Okay, that's it.
Brothers.
And we're both Jew, and we're brothers. So
We're human.
6 million people died.
See, the whole thing that's stupid about that, this is one of the things I find really stupid about this, because what Kanye West is saying that that effectively, because let's say it's true that we all originated in Africa, and so we're all black and we're all Jewish or whatever he's trying to say. That doesn't mean dick about shit. I am ethnically Jewish. I have no true connection to it. I say it like a lot of times as like a silly joke. I'll have fun with it. I'm ethnically. It doesn't mean anything to me. So I really wouldn't even consider myself like actually Jewish. It's more of just a meme. You know, like if you like, it's not the same thing at all. It just feels like he's using that as a license to say incredibly disrespectful and harmful things about the Holocaust, and that's it. And be able to be like, we're all Jewish. You know, it's like, no, that's ridiculous. I find that to be ridiculous.
Died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hands of abortion, and the media promotes the "my body, my choice," which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not black on black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous.
So the reality here, again, you can have a different opinion on abortion, is that it's a consensual process. People are getting abortions because they want to. Some people are forced to, but people are doing it. If you really care about abortion, first of all, what I find really bothersome is people that say they're pro-life, because you're not. You're pro-birth, and it's very annoying because you'll be like pro-life, until the kid's born, and then all of a sudden we try to have conversations about, better treatment of or more welfare, like expanding welfare in a way that can help children, or more money to school systems to help children, succeed in life. And all of a sudden we can't have that conversation. Once it's great that we can birth them, but once they're birthed, we don't care anymore. That's the reality, and it's something that really bothers me, because I hate that people that are pro-life pretend. And I'm sure there are people in the pro-life movement that believe like this, but that we should focus more on children. But for the most part, the general movement doesn't care. The Republican Party doesn't give a singular fuck about helping, providing, money or resources to kids, and better education, or even better healthcare. So let's stop pretending that pro-life is pro-life. It's pro-birth. That being said, if you want to reduce abortion, there are other things that you would need to do, like reasonable wealth redistribution, which conservatives are pretty vehemently against. I believe in, again, a different way of doing it than like progressives would do it. That's a conversation for another day. We need to provide that, number one. And we also need to provide sexual health education, which is something that conservatives, again, do not like to do. You need to teach young people about the proper, correct ways to have sex rather than demonize it, because it doesn't work. And so it's very frustrating when you hear conservatives, and in this instance, like Kanye West, talk about how, we need to reduce abortion, but provide no practical means to actually do so, and completely and just take off the table a lot of the solutions. I don't know what Kanye West's perspective on like some kind of wealth redistribution is, so I can't speak to him specifically, but I'm just talking about like general conservative movement when it comes to this kind of stuff. If you actually want to have an impact, you have to do things that will have that impact. Removing abortion is just going to, unfortunately, and it's unfortunate that we have to think of things this way, it's going to ruin us. It's going to cause us to have an incredibly overloaded burden of children being birthed. And that we have like welfare systems, even though I think that they need to be a little bit more robust and better and like reformed, because I think even the way our welfare system works right now is not optimal. It's going to collapse society economically, and people will virtue signal and say, well, that doesn't matter. I don't care. I just care about kids. Yes, you do. We would either go bankrupt, or we'd have to remove welfare. Welfare is the reason we got out of the Great Depression. It's the reason why people have decent quality lives in America. You can reject that thought as much as you want, but you're coping, and you're wrong. So,
This place for a black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
There's 900 to 1 million abortions in the United States a year.
True.
I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation, and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TVs right now with black people. Soros would use black trauma economy for...
So what did he just say?
Black people. Soros would...
Was he talking about George Soros? Or is he talking about something else?
Use black trauma economy to win an election. And what I love is having a healthy conversation.
What does that
as opposed to,
mean?
there's certain things, boom, this drops,
What?
people are going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, black people and white people with signs. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda. Hey, what we're gonna do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation.
Can I just
Bro, I completely forgot about the blackface segment that you're talking about before.
linger on this?
Sorry.
Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of a pain that people feel that reminds
you're saying it's redundant, right?
No, what he's saying is that when you talk about how Jewish people control the world and all these very toxic things, this promotes the idea that Jewish people need to be harmed. It promotes the idea that led to the Holocaust. That's what he's saying. It's not redundant. It's dangerous. It's harmful. It's happened before where we've genocided people because of this rhetoric. It is very dangerous and it needs to be policed very heavily. I understand the idea that like progressives, I don't know about George fucking Soros, the idea that it has to be Jewish people at the helm is incredible because you don't need to blame potentially a Jewish guy for funding, which is just fucking crazy conspiracy. You can call out the system without blaming it on Jewish people. That's the thing that fucking blows my mind. You can absolutely talk about how progressives, Democratic Party doesn't really give a shit about black people and they give them the bare minimum to get the vote. But that's more of a criticism on, well, first of all, the two-party system, and second of all, conservatives not offering anything. I find that interesting. I just find that interesting.
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant.
I'm saying it's something I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just rings wrong.
And that's the
just
thing.
like the N word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would.
No, this is stupid. This is childish. This is the I have a black friend argument times 10. You're not Jewish in any way, shape, or form, in any true capacity. You are somebody saying something stupid and pretend. That would be like saying, that would be like if I said black people are poor because they are lazy, and said, well, black people, we all originated from Africa, so I'm black. So if you would just realize that I'm black, what I'm saying would make sense to you. Tell me that wasn't the stupidest fucking thing you've heard out of my mouth. It was fucking stupid. Okay? That is dumb. Kanye has no understanding or connection with the experiences of Jewish people, pretty much in the same way that I really don't either. Let's be fucking real, even though I'm ethnically Jewish. Okay? The same way that I don't have any connection to black people or the experience. He doesn't understand Jewish people. I don't understand black people or Jewish people, right? And that's what like BLM is supposed to be about, trying to get white people to get it, right? It might have gone a little too far, but that's what it's all about, ironically enough. I find it disrespectful. Kanye West this is the problem, is that like I find a lot of things that Kanye West does and says very disrespectful. This isn't a real conversation. This is some pseudo-intellectual fucking nonsense to assert that like Jewish people just need to deal with the fact that he's somehow Jewish and he could speak on these things in this way is so ignorant and so disrespectful and so not humble. This is like, these are the things that make me not respect Kanye West in any capacity, and make me regret looking through him, some of the things that happened to him in a charitable frame. Because what you just said, I find incredibly disgusting. You are spewing rhetoric that has historically been used, to murder Jewish people. And then you're telling Jewish people that they just don't get it, and that somehow you're the Jewish savior. If a white person did this to black people, we should rightfully be decimating them socially for being such a fucking arrogant piece of shit. And yet when it comes to Jewish people, somehow Kanye thinks it's like acceptable to say these things. I find it disgusting.
Would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish,
no, I'm Jew, not Jewish. Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
What? You're Jew.
Blood of Christ.
That
Orthodox Christian.
Right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do, now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is, what the whole point is.
Let's count 7 minutes.
No, I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler. Okay.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
Something that you felt the need to write down. That's what
talking about engineering and humans. We're all
human.
I said,
and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on?
Race.
Not just that. I said they shouldn't teach this in school.
Okay, so then why are you so focused? I just don't understand. It's just such a dumb cop-out. You have to focus on history because what you're saying could lead to another genocide if we all as a people decided to accept it. I think a lot of people lived a very privileged life where they think that what I just said is like, that will never happen. It could happen. You live a very privileged life if you don't think that the things that we're talking about right now could have a profoundly negative impact on our future. The reality is I said the same exact thing about abortion getting overturned. I was like, they'll never overturn it. Who cares? Then they overturned Roe v. Wade. Insane. That was an insane thing that happened in my lifetime. It can happen. It absolutely can and will happen if we aren't responsible about the way that we talk about stuff.
The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films.
Pathetic.
They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that
we're talking about Bambi. What the fuck? Okay.
Pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers. And we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being.
We could talk about like consumerism and like commercialism and the toxic aspects of that. And I'm down for the chat, but like you're taking this, but you're being unintelligent about it. This is the problem that I have with some people. So the Kanye has these insane ideas that Jewish people run the world. That seems to be what his idea is. And he takes this misinformed, unintelligent thing, and he will use actual intelligent takes. Like we have an issue with like consumerism and like capitalism, basically. And like some of the media can be manipulative. And he uses those real talking points to try to justify stupid things that he's saying. That's what's actually happening here.
Being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why did I get to the point of putting up the tweet? No one wants to understand why I got to that point, right?
You had pain.
Yeah, but no one.
What I find interesting, and this is this is something that I find what a lot of people do in general, is that he's talking about how he has all this pain, and yet the central focus of the conversations that he has are around ignorance and anti-Semitism rather than expressing that pain. It's like when I'll talk, I had the conversation about body positivity and fat people and how people are like, skinny people have problems too. And that only comes up though when we're talking about fat positivity rather than advocating for like, the issues with some skinny people that have problems eating and putting on muscle. That's only a talking point when it's to put down like fat positivity bullshit, right? Well, shit, not bullshit, but you understand what I'm saying. And it's like, I don't think that you genuinely care about your feelings unless you use it as a way to justify hurting other people's feelings. And I think it's unfortunate that people can weaponize their own feelings to hurt other people and be hateful and then say, well, I have feelings too. And it's like, instead of using your feelings as a way to break somebody else down, why can't you use your feelings as a way to build other people up or build the people that you want to represent up? I find it to just be very disingenuous.
Pain in your heart.
But let's say this. Undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right?
Okay.
It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington.
So use your influence to try to create that. Do you see how like Kanye's in the perfect position to actually cause this change that he wants to see, and yet he focuses more on being anti-Semitic?
DC, it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time, and
well, first of all, a lot of these movies about slavery are very white baity. They're usually centralized about white people, white characters, rather than like centralizing around like actual slaves, which is something that people should talk about a little bit more. Second of all, that's because there is an issue in America with a history of slavery. A lot of Black Americans they were robbed of their heritage, and all they have left is a conversation about slavery because of how impactful it was and still is in some ways. So it's trying to have that conversation. If you feel that like the promotion of African history is very important to you, despite the fact that you're talking about how history shouldn't matter, so it's interesting that you're saying that we're living in the past while you literally are advocating for more historical representation of the past. Then do something about it instead of complaining about it, because you are one of the only people that are in a position that you could have, maybe you can't now, use your influence to say we need to push more African culture into our media. But you didn't. You used it instead to spout insane fucking conspiracy theory.
Stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times you've heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect if we're Jew.
What?
If we're Jew, and since we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you've listened to rap music and hear black people say, we kings, we blood of the pharaohs.
Oh.
And
okay.
If we are Jew, then we weren't.
But this is just so stupid. This is just a dumb thing Kanye is saying. Even if everybody is Jewish, people that can trace their heritage back to, like, I guess, Egyptian culture, they would have been kings. His understanding of what things mean, they don't make sense. If we're all Jewish, it doesn't remove other experiences. We're not just one identity as a person. This is just fucking unhinged.
We were the people that Moses freed.
Why wouldn't you be
and
both?
When we talk about, have you heard?
Because he's saying you'd be the slaves. Oh, okay. This is a little out there.
Talk about 400 years of slavery. Mm-hmm. All right, that is and we're having this history lesson, right?
Sure.
And history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it, and at the same time saying we need to forget all of it.
True.
We need to put that behind us.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's stupid.
We need to forget it, and we need to move forward.
There's so much wisdom to draw from history, even the 20th century. Look at this. Communism. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea. Except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao that killed 50, 100 plus million people, not just killed, tortured, starvation, where people, cannibalism, they ate each other, they ate their children. There's just dark people should read some books on this, on the Holocaust in the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that,
this is actually a great argument, especially considering it's a purely conservative argument about why history matters, because conservatives are talk about how communism will lead to these conditions. It's true. That's why communism is shit. And yeah, this is a great argument.
Lesson we would, and now it's
the interview is 10 days old, dude. It's not that old.
Marxism and communism.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happen, because the truth is, there's
a difference between harping and acknowledging. And I don't know if Kanye doesn't understand the difference, or if he just doesn't understand how to communicate this correctly. Because if your argument is, I think that sometimes some people harp too much on the past in a way that's unproductive, I absolutely agree. But if you said that the past is irrelevant, we need to forget it and move on, I disagree. There is a middle ground perspective. There is an amount that we have to acknowledge and understand the past, versus not leaning too much into it.
Fact, 50% today of, let's say you don't call black people Jew, right? Black people's deaths today is abortion today, right now. Like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that black people are in today in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies, record labels.
I'm not understanding. Wait, how is abortion promoted by music? I've never heard I've never heard this before. I don't understand this take. I truly don't. And again, what I find interesting is it Jewish people's fault. Is it Jewish people's fault for profit? I don't understand. This is such a fucking convoluted argument. It's actually insane. I don't understand is the advocation of focusing too much on material goods? Maybe. So what should the elites do in this situation? Should they just say like, oh, well, black people, we can't promote this music because we don't agree with your identity or your ideology or what you're doing? So wouldn't that be considered racist? Why can't black people get the autonomy to like do it themselves? Why are the Jewish people to blame for the music specifically? It sounds fucking insane. I don't even know if Jewish people are like, are they he's pushing the idea that they're all like owners of record labels or something. But do you understand how, like, if Jewish people, or excuse me, if executive producers, I don't know why I'm like, I'm feeding into this dumb fucking ideology. we're just like, no, we can't promote this music. It doesn't push the values that we want to push. You realize where that would become toxic, right? You realize how that could very quickly and easily turn into a problem of it's racist to reject your desire to push music out, right? It's fucking crazy.
It's a media company also, so let's give it a wider.
You know, I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too.
Martin
that
Luther
one
King
day
was-
you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race,
Very
black
true.
or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fucked you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews. Can
Sure.
you
They are Jewish.
it doesn't, they're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if
So
they're
Do
Jewish.
you feel
or
like I
Jew-
should release that pain and separate it?
No, what he's saying is that maybe some of them happen to be Jewish, but it doesn't mean that the fact that they're Jewish is the reason why they cause you the pain. There are bad people outside of their identity regardless, right? It doesn't matter that they're Jewish, or they could be, even if they are disproportionately Jewish. That's not what caused them to be greedy. But what caused them to be greedy, potentially, or hurt you, would be they're just greed. Human greed, which is everybody engages in human greed. That's the point. But he assigns Jewish people to it because like, and it's just wrong. It's just a wrong feeling, right? You're taking some of the potentially, if you're even, I don't even know if you're correct about this disproportionate nature. But you're taking a group of people and you're vilifying an entire group of Jewish people because some people that might have been Jewish hurt you, and that's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. And Kanye West, it talks about how he's very religious. It would be the same thing if I said that all of the Christian religion is bad because of how much there are cover-ups of pedophilia, and just say that all religious people must be fucking pedophiles. You see how that sounds stupid, right? We understand this, right? This is the problem, and Kanye West would reject that. You think, no, that's not true. But okay, but like you see how like there's this happening so much, so why not? Why wouldn't I vilify all Christian people? Do you understand? He's entitled to his pain. I get it, right? But it doesn't mean that his feelings are valid or correct. If you develop some kind of a distaste for Jewish people because you feel like they've hurt you, you want to know what? Be my guest. Understand that your pain is wrong. If I was robbed by a black guy and it made me dislike black people, realistically speaking, I'm valid in not liking black people anymore. You can cry about that take, but it's the truth. Does it mean that I should go around saying all black people are robbers? No, that's ignorant. You have to separate your feelings from the reality and understand that your subjective experiences don't always dictate what's actually happening in the real world. You can be angry, resentful. You can keep that in your heart, and I can understand it. But to push this ideology that like hurts an entire group of people and cause a horrible tragedy like the Holocaust again is stupid. It's fucking ignorant, and it's just disgusting.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you should release your pain and separate it, and we could get to the list of how you are a being with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, I'm going to let it go. Engineering challenges. I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry and get fucked over in the media, get fucked over all over the place.
They created, there was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital. I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they diagnosed
Why do you keep saying
me
Jewish?
because they were, right? Diagnosed.
So this is I know that some people are going to pick this up. They're going to say, look, let's say the guy was Jewish. So what he's saying is, they're just Jewish. It's a fact. The thing is that the context of that person being Jewish is irrelevant to what happened. It's just that he wants to assign the religion to them so that he could speak poorly of Jewish people as a whole. We need to understand, and this is something that you guys really should understand, is why people state facts sometimes. I know that sounds silly because you're just like, these are facts, but this is a learning experience I even went through. And this is something that I didn't even come to terms with until I watched the Neil deGrasse Tyson conversation with Ben Shapiro. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said something I didn't understand, and I was very ignorant at that time, where he said why they're talking about trans people in some capacity. And you can go watch it and watch my embarrassment of my inability to properly interpret this conversation. But he says, why are you saying this? And Ben Shapiro's like, it's a fact. And he's like, why? And he effectively asks him, why you're using, what's the point of bringing up this fact? And it's because people can bring up facts to be harmful, even when they're irrelevant to bring up at the time. In this case, the fact that the doctor was Jewish is irrelevant in general. It's just used to justify hatred of Jewish people. That's all it is. That's literally it. So that's why, like, you need to be careful with the way that some people will use facts, because they can be very manipulative and disingenuous about them.
Me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication,
might
then
have
put
it
it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right?
Wow, incredible. Listen, I don't know if that actually happened. First of all, the diagnosis is probably valid because Kanye is a little unhinged. Second of all, if they did release that, that's a horrible HIPAA violation. That doctor should lose their entire career instantaneously. But that has nothing to do with them being Jewish.
Then they immediately say he's off of his shit, he's off his meds, he's off his rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people. Understand, the kids, the colleges, the high schools. What do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because we need a more intelligent person to be the leader.
This is why people say that you should be on your meds. You think that you're a prophet. That's fucking insane. And to be honest with you, to be real with you, sorry if this comes off as insensitive, I feel like, genuinely feel that we've seen less prophets nowadays because we have more of a conversation about mental health. Sorry if this comes off as upsetting or ignorant. I feel like a lot of things in history where we were like, this is the Messiah, this is the prophet, this is this could potentially be explained if we understand that maybe some people had mental health issues and they were proclaiming that they were this super important, like, powerful, incredible, influential figure. But now, like, and we just didn't call them fucking crazy. And now we do. And I'm sorry if you're using the term fucking crazy. I know it's a little bit insensitive. But, I feel like there's a direct connection between acknowledging mental health issues and struggles and trying to help people and having fewer religious prophets. Just being real.
But at least, right? They put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of Black people in entertainment, from sports to music to acting, are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Ram is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about me.
It's a person, not Jewish.
It's a person,
but they are, though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just happens that they are. That doesn't mean that I...
This is the same argument as if I started talking about how, like, Black people... I'm using Black people because Kanye is Black. If Black people... I just started talking about how Black people commit disproportionate amounts of crime and then use it, like, see, these Black people are committing these crimes. Black people... It's poor people that have been put into situations, additional situations because they're Black, honestly, to cause them to commit crimes. It is just out of context, unintelligent, screeching from Kanye West to just try to vilify all Jewish people. Taking some of the potentially worst people that happen to be Jewish and trying to make it seem like all Jewish people are that is a disgusting tactic that racist people use all the time.
Hate them. That just means that they are.
But it's a dog whistle.
Absolutely.
Let me just say, as I would love to add.
The problem is, I'm sorry, I'm pausing a lot, but I have a lot to say. So a dog whistle is it's basically saying something that communicates to different things to different people. Like if him saying like, well, the doctors were Jewish, that communicates to maybe some people that like, yeah, it's just they're just Jewish. Other people, it's like, yes, the Jews are the problem. This is just a very obvious dog whistle. I don't even know that Kanye West understands that it's dog whistle. I think that he thinks that what he's saying is valid, and I think that potentially part of this is Candace Owens invading his mind a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's an unfair assertion. And that's the problem, is Kanye West is, what it seems like for some conservative media, a useful idiot. And I don't think that he realizes that even right now, he's being manipulated by Candace Owens. And that the unfortunate reality for anybody in popular, and I have nowhere near this, but this is something that you can learn, is sometimes you can just never have friends. It's hard. Like some people can really like backstab you and betray you. And it's really sad. And I feel like Kanye West is really going through that because I don't think Candace Owens cares at all about anything that Kanye West is going through. I think that she's an opportunist that's just trying to grab onto him and push whatever particular agenda that she wants to push through Kanye and kind of steer his frustration and his anger in a way. 'Cause she's smart, and Kanye just isn't.
More love to the world. I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this world works that way. When you say Jewish media or Jews are controlling the voice of black artists, black people, black artists, when you say that,
am I not allowed to say it out loud?
you can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people.
True.
Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That's when that comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay, I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some.
Is this true? Because I'm not trying to be rude. Was his dad actually a therapist, or is he just talking? Because it kind of feels like he just talks a lot. But I guess I'll look into that.
Therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spa-like existences are healing. The color palettes I use are healing. And we can use healing words, right?
Let's see.
What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with owning up with the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize.
Those people are very not Jewish. Okay.
And separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I did. Update. I did.
Well, you very clearly are not truly apologetic because of the rhetoric that you're spewing now. It's an empty apology. And I think that at the very least you should question your genuinity if you're willing to falsely apologize and then effectively take those words back. It sounds like what they were trying to do is say like, hey, there might be bad Jewish people, but not all Jewish people are bad, which is very, very, yes. It's incredible that we even have to have that conversation, don't you think?
Did that already happened. And
that was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology.
Fair,
but shout out to that conversation.
I need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern. And
you don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty
Jesus,
apology.
Guys.
But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. Now let's move on.
Sorry. Do I need to get on my knees or no?
And kiss my dick.
Oh shit.
So
this escalated quickly.
So that escalated quickly. So
nice.
Okay.
So what?
Okay. I mean, like, you make your jokes, whatever, but like just like fucking embarrassing. I mean, I know I make jokes too, but like weird, childish humor coming from Kanye. So fucking bizarre. This guy is just a fucking nut, dude.
No, I'm saying where's our apology? But right,
casual anti-Semitism, penis joke. It's like okay,
we can't get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation I'm in.
I'll tell you exactly how. You got to.
You criticize the industry for fucking you, and you try to turn into an advocate against it in a way where maybe you create your own label or something. I feel like that's the most basic commonsensical answer. You don't go around vilifying Jewish people. Like your advocation isn't working. You're saying, and maybe you don't realize this, but you're saying that you want people to stop getting fucked, and yet you engage in a way that doesn't do any advocation for it. It does nothing. If anything, for those people who fucked you that might have happened to be Jewish, it just protects them. It makes you seem crazy. If you targeted the people instead of their religion, we would be in a very different place right now. Kanye West could have been an advocate for people. I saw Dave Chappelle talk about himself getting fucked over in contracts. Not once did I hear him talk about Jewish people. That sounds like a much more productive way to engage with this. But instead, it sounds like you're using your pain, your experiences as a way to justify hatred for other people. I think that's fucking disgusting.
big voice, have the balls as a man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews, call them by their name,
Yeah.
and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
But if that's the case, will you help me with that?
Sure.
Okay.
100%. Assholes are well, let me like flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's, you're doing a million things, but say you ran also a record label.
I have ran a record label. Well, I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me. And I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it differently?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields, in sports, film, and music.
Okay.
And I would look at the top 10 clients, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation.
I mean, I just don't know that your name was getting smeared at all. I wonder why it's even worse to me that you have the idea of what you could do and you're just not doing it. It just sounds like you don't want to do it. I don't understand that. Why haven't you tried to implement this plan then? You know, like I don't understand. Their focus is to call out Jewish people and stuff. I just don't get
destroyed, and I'm back here to have this kind of. I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunities.
So
wait a second. If you say it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think
actually meaning it, saying I'm sorry for the anti-Semitism, and I understand that what I said calls violence onto all Jewish people, and I really should be focused on the people who happen to be Jewish who have hurt me in my life. I allowed that pain to blind me and become ignorant. That's what you do. It's not that hard. This isn't a difficult fucking situation to navigate.
Anyone who wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, hey, by the way, I'm antagonizing you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm still a fan sometimes.
I don't know what Howard Stern did to make him not be a fan. I don't know. I just, okay.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else. Now you're just a sad old man, Howard.
All right.
Okay. Well, you're saying incredibly provocative things, so I feel like you're doing somewhat similar, but okay.
Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid.
You're going hard. See, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
So, yeah, sure. But like he's saying Howard Stern over and over again because he's Jewish. And that's why he's calling out Howard Stern. And he doesn't like something that he did, which was probably so fucking dumb and pedantic. But okay, sure. This is crazy. I understand like the way that Lex has to talk to this guy because he's fucking unhinged and he'll have a crybaby meltdown and leave. But like I feel like some of the stuff borders enabling.
Individual. And you don't talk shit about me. Talk shit about me. This is great.
And you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. What? Yeah. You should learn some of that.
We all can use our pain against each other. Yeah. Or we can say we're a being with engineering opportunities. And we can...
I don't understand how you can make this profound thing. We can all use our pain against each other, or we could say that we're beings with engineering. You're the one using your pain to hurt other people. How are you going to pretend to lecture somebody on this? This is fucking insane. This is unhinged.
No, about history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say thou shalt not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says, I'm very judgmental. That's what we're doing. I believe, now you could go to the Bible and one thing's going to say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, don't judge me, right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect to tell me.
I mean, I think that there's a bit of a difference between having a fly in your food and potentially criticizing somebody for something where usually when people say don't judge me, it's more of like, you don't understand my experience, so you shouldn't, like, you don't have the right to speak on my experience, as if you do. You have no intimate relationship. And some people do use it as a way to not change. Let's pretend that's not true. But these are two profoundly different things here. Profoundly different things.
Of how to update how I'm communicating, because this started off, right? I've been through all these interviews.
Okay.
Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology.
100%.
I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? It's like if a girl was getting raped by men,
Incredible.
if that person is not 18, right? And she was getting raped since 14, right? And she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right? She might say, I hate men.
Okay.
That woman may say, I hate men. She might get to that point because she was raped.
Sure.
On my contracts. And no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is.
Absolutely. And I was saying this before, just like if I was like robbed by a fucking black guy. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean she has every right to hate men, but that doesn't mean, especially with somebody with a platform. We have to understand that Kanye West isn't just some person saying anti-Semitic shit. That doesn't mean that she should go out and try to implement or scream about how all men need to be like castrated. She could say, I hate men, and she has a bad experience. That's a valid thing to think. Even if most men aren't rapeful, they're not. But to go out and to promote anti even men, bro, this is insane, because we have a lot of conversations where women who have been raped will say, I hate men and we should kill all men. And they don't actually want to kill all men, but they promote hatred and ideology. And what do? We police that. I've policed it in the past. And I feel like I probably should have been more sensitive when I did police it. But we talk about it all the time. And we know society tries to correct that and say, you can't be going around saying you don't hate all men. So this is happening. You like, the energy needs to be proportionate here. Like, there's just a lack of understanding of what you're talking about.
Ramped up. Ari Emanuel can say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently, and he's calling it out, and he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right, when he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay.
Frankly, he's really none of these things. There's no philosophy here. This is fucking unhinged.
I'll drop the pain, and I will specify, because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the black community. I lost, people said I lost my mind, all of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what China wants us to say. I want to be an American.
So then why do we need to shit on Jewish, and frankly, Jewish people and even China? I mean, but well, I guess it's not saying Chinese people. So, but okay.
Can and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate, and America may rise.
Does your wife want to be a Christian, or does she not really want to do these things? Like, because it feels like a lot of that's happened in his life is because Kim Kardashian is kind of, maybe she's just not a great person. And maybe Kanye wants to believe that there's this greater force that's compelling her to be a shitty person, but it's really just her.
Rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American.
It's Kim Kardashian, right?
All of that had been taken away from me. So I'm coming back and I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way.
Sorry, what did you say?
So I'm coming back and I'm removing the PSTD.
The PTSD. I think you meant PTSD.
Right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this and the way God is going to use me right now is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at.
No, you're not. You're still talking about the pain. What are you talking about? You're not even being I guess doing something about it is just vilifying all Jewish people. Okay, I get it.
Right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something we could say. He has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make
Yes, you are. You're begging for it. Let's stop pretending that you're not. You're playing pity party. You're telling us that we should justify your anti-Semitism because you were hurt by someone that happened to be, or people that happen to be Jewish, that might have even been Jewish. Because, like, here's the thing: once you have that type of like hatred in your heart for a particular group of people, all of a sudden you over police those particular group of people all the time. It's something that people do all the time. Like, oh, I don't like this group of people. Now I'm going to be hypercritical on the things that those people may do to me. So, like, that you start focusing on it. You start focusing on like what those people are doing all the time, rather than like considering you put it through a shitty filter instead of like looking at your experiences in a more objective manner.
Money appear out of thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's
you are
married to Kim Kardashian, dated Irina Shayk. But
they're still married? I thought they were getting divorced. What are they? Are they still married, or did they get a divorce yet? Like, because I know they're separated. She was fucking around with Pete Davidson, right? I'm very confused. They're getting a divorce, but maybe they're still together, and he refers to her as his wife. What? That's really uncomfortable. Also, by the way, let me be very clear. Maybe Kim isn't a shitty person and Kanye is just a shitty person. And I'm sorry if I'm going in on Kim too much. They're divorced. They are divorced. Is that confirmed? Because the way he's talking is very bizarre. Even if they're separated, I think what he's saying is inappropriate. They're at the very. I wouldn't say they're married. They're separated at most. But are they divorced? The way he's talking about it is fucking insane. I would, frankly, potentially be kind of afraid of of Kanye West if I was Kim. This is unhinged. Yeah, in his mind they're together. This is fucking sad. This is insane.
But like, I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So,
you're not, but you want it.
Yeah, I feel like no one's going to feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So
but still,
but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? As Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye? He
said that him and Kim will always be together. Yeah, this is kind of scary. I'd be fucking afraid if I was Kim.
To say Jewish out loud?
No, there's I don't like the allowed. That presumes censorship. I think you choose. You have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks?
You've done more interviews in the past 2 weeks than you've ever done in your life. So if anything, you haven't proven censorship. You've proven that being provocative will get you the limelight as much as possible. You're not being censored. Like people are speaking out against you. I don't understand why people think that it's censorship when other people speak out against the shitty things that you say. Somehow, it's free. I can't say. I can't say the N-word. I'm censored. No, you just like freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences. I don't understand this. How people don't understand this. That's what I don't understand. It's fucking incredible.
Who censored you? Oh, Drink Champs.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, like Twitter and so on.
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champs.
That hurt you. That Drink Champs. That Nora took it down. Took down your conversation.
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the pain.
We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed, and nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. No, do you think?
So first of all, I forget who wrote that song, but when you put your hand on the stove, you don't usually bleed. It cauterizes the wound, but you'll end up like developing, like all this a blister. Second of all, what the fuck was that?
I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right?
Okay.
The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there. and my kids were nowhere to be found. And I text Kim and said, where are my kids? We get into an argument.
Okay.
And then I get a text from a number I don't know. And it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife.
Sounds shitty. I also don't know the conditions surrounding that. About like weird. I don't know about any of the conditions surrounding it, to be honest with you, because I don't know how fucking crazy you are. After hearing this is actually insane. The way that you speak and the way that you still speak about her is fucking unhinged to me. So I don't know what the specifics are, and frankly, I don't care. This is your private life, and you're not exactly garnering sympathy with the way that you're talking or speaking at all.
Then,
Just fucking with you?
well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail.
What? What are you talking
Because then I'm gonna go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan, like the samurai that I am, and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly, he's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type, just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her because in a video game character, people have
white. Is that what you're trying to say? You like white girls? Okay.
People have their type, right? So I knew that this was like
the princess has a type.
I guess this is my type then, guys. I guess I like not like this trolls here, huh? And they turn into big old sexy bears.
She likes Mario.
Right, there you go.
As somebody who cares for you and hopefully can be a friend, yay, I gotta say these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man.
True.
I would say, you said something that resonated with a lot of people when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares for you, that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people. In the same way you spoke about George Bush being a politician.
That's true. That's a fair point. Although I wonder. Listen, I was very young when he said that, and I wasn't super in tune. But I do genuinely wonder what the reception of what he said was. Because here's the thing. I wonder if when he said that George Bush doesn't care about black people, if we were at a time where people didn't care to listen to it. And that may actually be true. George Bush probably doesn't give a fuck about black people. And that message may have been really positive and powerful. And I wonder if most people thought he was just crazy when he did that. And so ever since then, despite the fact that he truly feels right, and I think nowadays people would be like, yeah, he was right. Maybe he thinks in his mind now, that's like, well, they thought I was wrong then, but then I proved them wrong as time went on. And so I'm going to prove them wrong again. And I wonder if that has something to do with it. It is so interesting, though, that, like, that is black activism back then when it wasn't as palatable to do shit like that. Sorry, there's like so many beeps outside to scare me. I guess he truly started BLM. But yeah, I wonder how much of an impact that has.
Politician, and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina. You're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Why am I not?
Because you're giving strength, motivation.
But we already updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you're telling me, no, I'm not gonna.
No, you don't need to kiss anyone's dick. What you have to do,
me to kiss
you have to say it was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't.
There's no control of the media by Jewish people.
You're an engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's hate. That's not engineering.
No,
engineering says, I'm going to build a better record label.
It's called stereotypes.
And I'm going to respect art.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes.
I do.
Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel.
Jesus. Listen, he's right. Stereotypes do exist for a reason. That doesn't mean that the reason that they exist is because they're wholly true. Bring it to black people again. Sorry, black people. Kanye West is making me do it. Statistically speaking, black people commit disproportionate amounts of crime. Black people are disproportionately violent. Does that mean that I could say that the truth about black people is that they're violent criminals? No, because the reason is much deeper than being black. It has a lot to do with a history of systemic racism. In the same way where there might be a lot of Jewish people in the media. Maybe, but why is that? Do you think it's because Jewish people control the world, or do you think it's a select few people who happen to have like a lot of influence in some capacity? Like, well, what's the reason? I'm not even convinced that there are a ton of there are this many affluent Jewish people. There actually might be. I don't really know. Maybe it's just because they're white and they got lucky. I don't really know. But like, it doesn't mean that it's because what you hear out of it is like the reason is because they're fucking greedy bad people. I don't know. Maybe Jewish people just have some kind of predisposition or something. I don't really know. Maybe they're just lucky. I feel like most people are just lucky. Who the fuck here? Maybe it's a culture thing. Maybe there's a really strong Jewish culture that's about sticking together. You know, like you see that in a lot of Asian cultures, very strong family, and then units, and they're very focused on hard work and dedication. And that's why you see really powerful, positive numbers when it comes to schooling, and a lot of like from Asian people. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's a cultural thing. I don't really know the specifics, but to say that like all Jewish people are just greedy and try to control the world is such an insane reach and so harmful to so many Jewish people.
Hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is?
Yeah.
With a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said,
okay,
you know,
story.
The general justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right?
Okay.
And he said, what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting we're on this. This is someone is practically, now he's a nurse. So he's still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from.
Wait, I wonder. This is crazy. I know. This is it's impossible that this would be true. But I used to have an assistant scoutmaster who was a veteran, but he was also a nurse. He's a pretty tough ass guy. I respect him. I don't know. It's just funny. There's no way it's the same person. I'm just being stupid right now.
Holding, guns in battle to being a nurse, and
but he would go to
when
Cheesecake
people are battling for their lives. And he said, "We're forgetting we're on the same side." This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And
well, maybe if he's a veteran, he might be, and he's older veteran, maybe he can't be told that. But okay,
the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half.
Sure,
and
I agree with that.
What us as beings, what an engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off all. The
thing is that he seems to interrupt Lex when he pushes him on the anti-Semitism a bit. I've noticed. So I don't know if you're gonna let him finish.
You're scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did, and I want you to stand up for all of the hate that I'm your Al Gore. When he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him. And she just said all this stuff. And he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Ari Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire people at one time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right? And I got blacked out, black mirrored, done, right? And it's like, what were you even gonna do? And why did you go like this? What? I went like this because I can't even, I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician.
The metaphor, does he realize the metaphor he used is that he was like being provocative to Jewish people for like, he's like pulling back your arm. What you're effectively saying is like, yeah, I was being provocative intentionally. Like, was it all just, didn't you just criticize Howard Stern for being like using clickbait and being like kind of a provocateur effectively? And then like I don't think he understands what he's saying. I don't know why I'm like
as
reading
a
so much
father,
into this. Holy fuck.
And as a black person with a political
I'm going
opinion,
insane.
A great man still through the pain does the right thing. And I think the right thing
true. That's actually
is
very
to
true.
not say that there's Jewish control of the media. And
that's incorrect though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me. It proved the point.
No, the reason you don't say it is because the world is much bigger than the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight Do you want to win this fight?
How do I
Because it's
win?
not-
How do we win?
Call out individual people. Build. That's one way because they have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label.
I feel
or support
I feel
another
like
label that does better.
you're controlling my creative narrative and because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that, do you think there were people telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat?
No, because you.
Who cares? Wearing a MAGA hat is not the same as vilifying Jewish people. These are such simplistic interpretations, right? There are people who say don't wear a MAGA hat. Oh, I don't like Trump. Whatever. Do your thing, Rick. Like, be a proud black conservative. I respect it. You're not hurting people. You're not vilifying groups of people by being a black conservative, right? But to push the idea, like, it's just insane that he doesn't understand the difference between these two things. Shows such a level of, and I'm sorry, such a level of ignorance. I'm gonna say, I don't want to say unintelligence. I know I'm going a little hard, but this is fucking insane. It's so ignorant that, like, I don't understand how he could think that he is this great mind. I think that the most intelligent people in the world don't think that they're very intelligent. I think that they're incredibly humble people that are always willing and trying to learn. I think that the least intelligent people in the world assert that they are incredibly intelligent, right? There's a lack of humbleness and, like, humility that just fucking invades Kanye. He has such an ego. He's not a humble person. He's not somebody that should be modeled after. He's very full of himself. It's very toxic. It's very damaging. And it's not the idea that, like, young people should be getting it from. This isn't the way that you should interact with the world. And he interacts with the world in such an entitled, childish way.
Ask me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm going to beat the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? You let me.
Yeah.
It was consensual.
The punching bag is a bad because scarecrow actually has a different real
that's right.
meaning.
I'm like,
so let's say a
that's right.
punching bag. I should have said scarecrow.
Yeah.
But every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the red hat till now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the janitor's closet right now together.
Yeah.
And the red hat is very different. The red hat is, you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has a hope, a vision for the future of America. That's very different than, without any purpose whatsoever, saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said that
True.
There's no purpose. So you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying it was dumb.
Also, it can,
I'm speaking my voice, vocalizing.
also,
Yeah.
It's God's plan.
No,
There's
it's
a
not.
lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running STEM Player.
It's not God's plan to vilify Jewish people. It's probably the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Holy fuck.
Who I've had issues with. We hadn't got paid on time. Certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how to. He basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, "Well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else." And I was like, "Well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company?" He said, "I don't know." He didn't say exactly, right? I said, "Do we have black?"
It's probably because it's illegal to ask that question when you interview somebody. And so he probably just didn't know how many Jewish people there were. What the fuck are you on about, you fucking child? What the fuck is happening right now? Like, imagine that question. We can't hire anybody because of this ignorant shit you said. Well, how many Jewish people are there? What? Why would you even think to say that? That's fucking unhinged.
people. We said, yes. I said, how many? He said 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time and part-time. And I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from the us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm black, right?
Why step back?
For this example, for the sake of this example.
Cool.
And I said, wow, I'm sure I can hire more than 2 black engineers. And what happens is,
there's a difference between saying, dude, this is like, there's a difference between saying, hey, listen, I want to hire more black engineers, considering, the state of black people in the United States specifically, as a way to try to, give black people a one-up, versus saying, how many Jewish people do we have, to try to reduce the amount of Jewish people in an active sense.
Because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's where people are looking. Everybody wants to be Elon, right? So I
disagree with that.
Okay, but let me finish this point.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot, actually. I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the
A lot isn't a term, it's a word, but okay.
math on it. Let's say some. factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk.
Okay.
So let me just take a step back from the we're one species into the we're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation and say, as a Black
Wait a
owner
minute.
of two tech
so dumb.
platforms, hardware
Holy
and
fuck.
software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that Black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the Black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, you know, OJ will say, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poorer communities is, oh, everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm gonna kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is we can kill 5 people, we could kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what will happen is any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they could still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying?
It turns so conspiracy-esque that it gets so fucking insane. The message he's saying is like, hey, I basically think that like some of the culture of the Black community is toxic. That's what it sounds like he's saying to me. And I think it should change. And now what happens is, what's going to happen is that people that think that the culture is fine and profit off of it, may be like, no, it's fine. What with other Black people? But somehow it becomes the responsibility of the people, the Jewish people, somehow, for this happening. Like, it's a manipulation tactic. The greed of Jewish people that he's asserting are Jewish, of them wanting to maintain status quo for money, that's more important than the same greed on a Black person. That's insane to me. And the messaging gets assassinated. If you could make, like, you could push the messaging out of changing, like, I don't understand. Kanye, on the one hand, will talk about how he's a fucking god, but then he won't value the idea of just advocating against that type of culture if he finds it to be very toxic. It just doesn't make sense to me. His worldview and what he's saying doesn't match anything. Like, why are you focusing all your energy on hating Jewish people? And effectively, honestly, in some cases, it seems to be like here, like removing autonomy from Black people. You're saying that, like, oh, some of these, like, Little Boozy, they'll be, they're basically being manipulated into saying bad things about me, is what he was saying. If I talk against this culture, you're taking their autonomy away from them. This isn't something that's happening. It's a conspiracy narrative. These individuals, and I don't know them specifically. I don't know if Little Boozy is a problem. I don't know fucking really who he is. I think I watched a video of him being kind of like, I don't know, like homophobic or something. I don't really remember. He's taking autonomy away from them. Is it possible that Black people can be just as greedy as anybody else in the same way that Jewish people can? What a profound thought. That's not even profound. It's just insanity. He's just yelling. He doesn't really know what he's saying. It's fucking insane.
If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak.
What?
Or they will go to prison.
What?
I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school.
Okay.
But
Incredible
I'm
stuff.
in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you right now.
Okay.
And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. You know, that's God's hand on this situation.
God's hand, God's
But you get
plan,
what I'm
brother.
saying about, if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire Black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and do you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But do you get what I'm saying?
It's not personal. It's for my people as a whole. As a tribal
it's a small
person,
company. It's a small company.
as a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And the thing that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest out of our tribes and siloed them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? It was a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral was pissed, right? And this pastor actually married me and Kim, right? He looks like Justin Timberlake a little bit.
Who's Virgil? Can somebody fill me in really quick on who that is?
He talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing, did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is, don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, because I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all leather kind of designer, not all leather, but high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was
again weird. The biggest names were just people that used to be part of his family. I mean, I respect that he that's just weird because I can respect that he was valuing his wife at the time, but holy fuck, the way that he talks about this stuff.
Kylie's first fashion show she'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Schraub, head of Skims. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Dimna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that put.
Were they working for him at the event, or were they just there? I can't trust this person's interpretation of anything.
Who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the king of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right?
Okay.
You had Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, or 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? Mm-hmm. So that's like you told your girl that, and she's like, oh no, we had the proudest moment of our career and stuff. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's gone on and rape and pillage from all of the talent that I had afterwards, said, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he says, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know what this thing is going, right? Yeah. You can, spoiler alert, right? He went back on his word. So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out. And then Alexander Arnault calls me and says, the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my high maintenance wife I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second.
So I don't know the specifics of what's happening. This very much comes off as the ramblings. Is he talking about how he said some dumb shit and they dropped him? Is this what he's referring to? Like when he said the anti-Semitic shit and so they dropped him and he's trying to make it seem like he's a victim? Is that what he's talking about? I might just be completely wrong about this. Maybe this is a past deal. I have no fucking clue what he's talking about though. I just don't know the specifics. And it's not super concise. Is he referring to that though? Am I wrong?
Collection. and we didn't have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went, and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired.
No, that has nothing to do with it. Is that what you're saying? Do you know, or are you just saying the word no?
Says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4.
Okay, so you're saying that this might be an older deal where he got screwed. Okay, that's great. I'd love to hear about that. But it's hard to, he doesn't articulate himself very well. It was when he was with Kim. Okay, that makes sense. He doesn't do a good job of explaining himself, because this might be a really good story about how he got fucked in the industry. I just wouldn't know, because he's not really communicating very well. He's dropping a lot of names, which makes sense, drop names, but he's not dropping a lot of context, which is the problem with the way that he's communicating himself. It seems more about saying names rather than explain to me, what are you talking about? What was the conditions that surrounded this situation? Why were you suing? Why did they drop you? What was this? It's all over the place.
4 more shows on a second leg of the tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital, and then get diagnosed with a disorder.
Okay,
this is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And
okay. Good.
Haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media, we won't say, where someone will say, well, that's obvious, right?
What do you mean we won't say? Is that just another, why do you have to throw that in there? I don't, maybe, first of all, if you could deal with your issues without medication, God bless you. I think that's a great thing. Regardless of your mental health issue, anything, he may not need it. I don't know. I don't really care, whether, he may not need it, right? Fuck, what was I going to say? Yeah, maybe he doesn't need to deal with his medication like that. But why would you go back to the hospital? I fucking lost my train of thought. Let me just continue. Fuck.
So
sorry.
So right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you been able to sleep?
That's too low hanging fruit for you. You're more. I expect more.
Right. I agree.
I expect more.
I agree. That was dumb. I regret it.
That's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. You got a whole life ahead of you. These guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
Right, so this story
call me out of my shit. I love it.
But then, amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer. Right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out Paul, before they figured out PayPal. But Paul sounds like Pal sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. Yeah. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they pay Paul? Because they pay Paul.
Yeah,
before they pay Paul. It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh. The fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? They broke the gang up. And I'm telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying? The power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building something. Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks.
So somebody said, I've seen a video on YouTube that says why Kanye's apprentice stole his dream. And he's talking about Virgil. Pretty sure they had a falling out and he didn't speak to him. Is that true? If that's true, why is he blaming Jewish people for his falling out with this guy, which seems to be what he's doing right now?
Losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God and God runs the world, and we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this,
No, you played pretty damn well. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. You are playing. What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet.
All of
victim there.
Well, there's a full set of things that you're under attack for, the tweet and everything beyond that. But you're blaming, not blaming, but you're.
It is very interesting though. What I find interesting is that earlier on, Kanye West did say something to the effect of, basically, and this is what I got out of it, that you can only really control the things, the way that you react to the things that happen to you. I was like, that's a good point. And now he's not controlling himself. He's just not doing that. He's letting himself get emotionally provoked and go down a pipeline of anti-Semitism. I just found it interesting. He's not living by his own words that he says.
The Jewish media, the Jewish record labels, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, doesn't matter, is playing victim, right?
True.
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual form. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at
against Judaism, Jewish people believe in God. Like, why is that not taken into account?
This interview would agree with that.
No.
And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I am pro-God. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins.
I find very interesting that the only time I've seen Kanye West talk about abortion is when he's using it as a way to justify his conversations around the Holocaust, and to downplay what happened to Jewish people. I find that very interesting.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parler, the day when we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. People wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
I respect
that.
As
a friend, as somebody cares for you, you have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to try to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them anymore.
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it, though.
Yeah.
Please. Let's do this. Yeah. Dimna.
You're really never going to understand that. You're really not going to understand people potentially turning on you until you're put into a situation where they could turn on you. Things are great when they're great, right? You people should be aware of this. Things are great when they're great. It's cool to have a good friend when things are going great. But it's better. Jesus Christ, it's better. You won't really know how they'll treat you when things are great. You know what I mean? When things are horrible is when you're going to see how they're going to treat you. And if they stick to you during those times, that's obviously ideal. And those are the people that you should surround yourself with. That's something that I value a lot, is like genuinity over agreement sometimes, even. Genuinity of friendship over agreeing with everything, because like genuinity is just such an important thing. People should really try to value it as much as possible.
We'll still work for Ye someday. And this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like, we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're going to go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in to engineer. That's why I said engineer by Balenciaga, Yeezy Gap engineer by Balenciaga, to engineer the best product for the people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy of need chart. They're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence.
Aren't those the same thing? I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're saying. This is very inconcise. I thought what he was saying, he's only brought in because he's black. Now it's saying he's only brought in because he was an influencer. Of course, like, you have influence. Of course, they're going to bring in an influencer. They want influence. I don't understand. Maybe maybe I'm confused because he thinks this is like a profound thought. I'm very confused. I was brought in because I'm okay. What?
And it's definitely not to be out here letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
What? Why would? What does that mean? Somebody, I have to re-listen to that. I'm fucking.
For political reasons and influence. The line. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence.
Okay.
Like a Virgil, like a George Floyd.
So I guess, I don't know if it was the Gap that literally hired him. He was hired for his influence. That makes sense. He's an influential person, right? So that's usually what you get hired for, your skill set, right? So he got hired for his skill set. Okay.
When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock.
It is 100% to raise the stock by using their influence. So you're not right about that, but okay.
It's to strengthen the position and influence.
Yes, those two things. It does that second thing, which causes the first thing to happen because of it. Okay.
And it's definitely
Jacob Sides
not to be out here.
Super chatted $1.99. Kanye made graduation. He's innocent. Love you, Papa.
Okay. Cool.
Letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
But like, here's the thing, Kanye, you're not Steve Jobs. Does Kanye think that he should be made to think he's Steve Jobs? You haven't accomplished what Steve Jobs accomplished. Okay. All right. Cool. What does that mean?
Yeah, there's people like that.
I don't
But
even know how
you,
to
as
respond to
a
that.
great man, a visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's why I'm telling them.
Oh, sure.
That relationship, some relationships only last for a summer.
Okay.
Some last for a year. The relationship ran its course.
Okay.
In that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. I spent somewhere between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years? Just take a really wild guess. A really wild.
Less than that?
Just take a super wild one.
Who cares?
Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2 million.
Lower.
500,000.
Lower.
0.
Zero.
All right.
And actually,
Okay.
2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saint's account $862,000, not in clothes from me, from Balenciaga, from the store, in royalties to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered, where I was coming out of my pocket. So I paid last year.
Sorry. So what do you say? I don't know what the fuck. What does this matter? You did a deal. You're paying Balenciaga, or are you as an entity, as a corporation, paying Balenciaga as to work with them? What does it? Who cares? What does this mean for anything? I'm so fucking confused. What are you talking about? How is this like the conspiracy? Like, it sounds like you did a business with another business, and the deal was you would pay them or something, and then you also decided to consume their goods. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
This year I paid Demna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the Gap.
Oh, okay, so you paid them to design a collection, and so now you're paying them a percentage of that. That's how business works. What the fuck is he on about? What the fuck is he talking about? This guy's a fucking nut.
Marketing fund, and he was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are separate items of clothing.
Sure.
Styles of clothing. So he ended up delivering about 60. I feel like we're on the people's court, because we actually are, right? In the court of public opinion.
Sure.
So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason why I had to get Demna, like, I didn't want to have to, I wanted to compete with him. I didn't want to have to like get him. When I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timberland and
Okay.
Justin Timberlake, because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake just a little bit too much. So I made it to compete. And then we had the song out. It's #1 on Apple. It's blowing up. I play it in a club and it sounds muddy. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded in the club. So I go to
Okay.
Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it sounds like a different record. I know it can't be a different record, because I'm like, I'm going to swap it out on radio, right? Then I go to Swiss Beats. It sounds like a different record. I go to Timberland, the person who did Sexy Back, and he did it in 5 minutes, and then spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him.
Okay.
Running around the studio. I'm the best. Nobody could have. That's why he had to go to me. He had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
yeah, I
What
guess
makes
so.
us sound muddy? Is it the beat?
it
Is
was
it
it was in the drums. It was something that Timberland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm
watching.
going DEF CON 3, right? And the actual, I
we really just changed topics masterfully.
spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level.
I mean, you could just Google stuff. I do that all the time. You think I know words? No, I Google shit all the time. But okay.
So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed.
Okay.
Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way.
Saying DEFCON 3 or DEFCON 3, because you're a fucking idiot, on Jewish people doesn't communicate at all that you're advocating for better contracts for celebrities. The fact that and to be honest with you, there's no way you believe that. If Kanye truly believes that, then he is actually, unironically, one of the most unintelligent people, that I've ever seen. Because there's no way you thought that was proper messaging. You're being a provocateur. Okay, you're being disingenuous. There's no fucking way you actually think that saying what you said somehow communicated that there is an issue in the industry that needed dealing with when it comes to negotiating contracts. There's no fucking way. You're insane. It's just fucking insane. It's nuts.
You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud, but it does not. You weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have Houston. We have a problem.
Yeah, but it's just the music.
But you've created a greater problem with the way that you're talking about instead of addressing your problem. You've created the problem of spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric that led to the Holocaust, which overshadows the problem of celebrities not getting paid enough. Truly, because that's what we're talking about. When you balance those two things, we understand that they're very different.
Music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that,
But
True.
you're saying what is just
True.
is everything to me, right?
Yeah.
One person
Same
can
with
mean everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And then when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness. That you're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history. Yeah,
They say the funny thing is they're like, oh, richest black person, like, oh, also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion designer. Like, it's a bunch of rich.
Actor? What? Maybe. I don't know. Are these things true? Actor? Oh. I feel like when we talk about richest of a thing, it's usually the richest from doing the thing. You know what I mean? Like, if I quit doing YouTube right now and I decided to go, let's say I decided to be, something's fucking ridiculous. I decided to be a maid or something. And I was like, I'm the richest maid ever. And it's like, well, sure, that might be technically true, but like also you didn't become rich by being a maid, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like but okay.
Just and that one, you know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Armani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Like, cause where do you put that? Like on the totem. Cause I don't even want to.
Man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal.
True.
In a certain deep sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter what the bank account says.
Voom, 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 voom. So I wanted to give you some theme music for your moments.
It sounded a little muddy.
Let me give you the Timberland version.
Yeah. Thank you.
But okay.
Play that at the club.
So the other thing about say Balenciaga.
He just doesn't. He was not going to talk about how I want to know what Kanye thinks about that, because that communicated to me that he doesn't believe that. He thinks that he's better than him, but with that weird sound. But okay.
Is Demna will work with Ye someday, and for Cedric and for Francois Pinault, and Salma is a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear and know the name Ye and know things that we did, and Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your questions. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes.
You know, I find this very interesting. That if a normal person said what Kanye West said, somebody who wasn't rich, famous, and affluent, they would be canceled beyond a comparative degree. Somehow, Kanye's still able to sit up and be like, guys, in 5 years now, I'm going to be doing really well. And he might be, because even the way Lex is talking to him is something that Kanye doesn't deserve. He doesn't deserve this compassion. Truly believe that. And he's getting it, and I think that's great, you know? Oh, I don't, obviously, but God bless you. I just find that to be very interesting. I think it's like almost sad that the celebrity status, because the things he was saying were fucking horrible. I'm not saying he should be canceled, but he doesn't care, and he's still given a platform to spew more unintelligent ideology. And I don't think that he should be canceled off of it. The only point I'm making is that, like, he should acknowledge the fact that he is massively privileged in the sense that he's able to still have a platform to speak and even grow, despite the fact that he said some absolutely disgusting things that have led to the death of Jewish people. I just find it fucking, it's nuts. It is. And he doesn't appreciate anything because he's an entitled person. And it's probably from being a celebrity for so long, but it's crazy.
Let me ask you.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about them. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
Yeah, my gumdrop buttons.
Just in that accent.
Me and Dim only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think?
Well, doesn't he pay other people to make the designs? Was it fair to call him specifically the greatest fashion designer of all time?
About it. Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt. Because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give it a little bit of, you know, that type of look. And
which is the douchebag?
You know, like when the you know, the douchebags that go to Vegas and unbutton their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with the pullover hoodie is you can't do the douchebag thing where you unbutton it, but then still get the stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate look would be like, you know, military tank, pullover hoodie. And if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
Mm-hmm. So it gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, okay. The zipper's giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a hoodie to be like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might want to do this as opposed to pulling it all the way off.
Yeah.
You know, so and it's just comfort. But then you get, okay, can I do a jogging pant on this with elasticity? Now, people argue about climate, where we are with the climate. I take a responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is,
I feel like the issue there is, sorry, I have to look at words now. What is Can you make biodegradable clothing? The point of clothing is that it doesn't degrade, right? Like, wouldn't that be... These are natural textiles that easily break down, like cotton, silk, wool, cashmere, and hemp. Wait. So isn't a lot of stuff already biodegradable? Biodegradable clothing are not necessarily safe for the environment. Depending on the material and the chemicals used, the item could release harmful substances into the soil when it breaks down. So the issue isn't biodegradable. A biodegradable piece made of synthetic material could pollute the environment by releasing microplastics. So the issue isn't whether it is or isn't biodegradable. That's a virtue signal. The issue is whether you use harmful dyes that could pollute the environment. And so I feel like, is Kanye West making sure that they're careful about the dyes and the toxins and the aspects of some synthetic aspects of it that could pollute, or is he just using that to as effectively a version? Oh, look, we're good people. We're making the biodegradable when that doesn't necessarily mean safe. I wonder. I'm gonna pee really quick.
is the elastic is not biodegradable.
Okay.
So that means it's actually better to use jeans and a belt than to have an elastic waistband, because the elastic waistband is not biodegradable. So I used.
So the reason that would be true is because it wouldn't break down and potentially create like microplastics, right? I think what he's saying might be correct, because I guess denim is made of cotton. What is denim made of? Right? So isn't denim biodegradable? Is biodegradable. Although 100% cotton can degrade over time naturally, the toxic dyes used in denim material could contaminate the soil. Wait, so denim is biodegradable, but it's full of toxic dyes, so denim isn't better. Does he know what the fuck he's talking about? I thought he was the greatest designer in the world. What, you don't understand? Like, I feel like, wouldn't you understand basic materials? You're so disconnected from what you're doing. You're just money to you. This is the problem. Wait, it just seems like Kanye has a lot of money, and he said, I want to buy a thing and have no understanding of it, and then claim to be fucking awesome. It's weird. Okay.
Planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about where designs are going.
The constraints on your design and engineering is given by the planet, by the future of the planet.
Yes. That could almost make Jewish people like me again.
Every time you say Jewish people, I think I've been maybe reading a little too much about World War II, but man, I'd recommend you listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust, because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that Black people are in?
No, I mean, I read.
What have you read about abortion?
That's not the same thing. This ignorant comparison is fucking. It's unhinged to me. But okay.
Read a lot of.
The problem is that like Lex can't engage him with that, because that is an entire. You'd have to have a whole entire conversation about abortion just to get to the point of how they're not the same thing. But he should understand that these are not the same thing.
Short form writing, and I've listened to a lot of debates, because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question for me as an engineer and scientist.
Well, listen, I understand what he's saying. The question isn't necessarily when does life begin. People use when does life begin and life in a more philosophical sense. It's more about when do we assign personhood to that. And I like to be a little bit more like accurate there, just for my own sake, so that we understand like exactly what we're talking about. Sometimes we have to put aside like a little bit of philosophy so that we can be as concise as possible. And we're talking about when do we assign personhood to this thing. And we assign personhood, it's not even just personhood, because we don't assign personhood to a fetus fully. We assign it partially, like if if a pregnant mother dies or is murdered, like they could potentially be a double homicide depending on the state you're in. I'm not sure if it's everywhere. At the same time, we don't require child support for a pregnant mother, even if the father has left, right? So we understand that there's two different things. We truly do understand that these are not the same in society, but it's more about when do we assign full personhood to this living thing. It lives, it just has no personhood or autonomy.
It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control.
And truly speaking, I the only thing that would really change me on abortion is if there was proof that there was a soul that would be damned to hell if it was aborted. I still don't think abortion is good. Overall, I think it's necessary, but that would be what would change it for me. So,
not like if abortion is right or wrong. We could say factually.
What? Wait, hold on. What?
Me as an engineer and scientist. It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control. Not like if abortion is right or wrong. We could say
abortion right or wrong is that okay, whatever.
Factually, the clinics were made by eugenics for population control, and it is controlling the population, as is.
So here's the thing about it. Yes, I alluded to this before. Remember, I said that if we don't have abortion, that our welfare spending would get out of control, or we'd have to cut wealth. We'd have to a point we'd have to either cut it and our society would collapse, or we would go bankrupt and our society would collapse. It is part of population control, but that doesn't mean that it is forced population control by the government. There are two different things. When he says population control, he's trying to assert that there is this conspiracy theory or conspiracy going around of trying to cull black children. It's not happening. The reality is access to an abortion is a family or a mother's personal choice of whether or not they're ready to have that baby based on the circumstances that they are in. That is none of my fucking business. That's really what it comes down to. It's not a forced population control. The only forced part would be the conditions created, really like the material conditions of people not being able to afford a child. If you want to consider that, then you have to have a conversation about wealth distribution or how we can better redistribute it in a fair way for everybody.
The never being given a 40 acres and a mule, so you don't have the opportunity. And when the people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities.
I find it very interesting that he's referencing reparations when he was just going on about how you have to basically get on over and move on from your trauma or from the past. So reparations is a great conversation to have. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but what I'm saying is that Kanye's own worldview he expressed about how we have to stop focusing on the past means that you don't get to have a conversation about reparations. You have to stop focusing on the past and things that happened in the past. That is his logic. So it doesn't make any sense that he's currently talking about reparations. It sounds like what he's really doing is he does very much care about the past, but he's using it as an excuse to say, hey, I don't want to talk about my harmful ideology about the Holocaust.
He's next to, as Chris Rocker put it, the dentist, and whitewashed and made to shut the fuck up and vote left or whatever niggers are supposed to do when we make it, as opposed to saying, okay, we're building schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. We started the first sportswear factory in America since World War II. Was actually this factory I put in Cody. So, I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. It's the other thing about this is like people just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time just because of my huge cock. And
funny. The reason that people don't hold on to hatred for Kanye is because he's, simply put, whether you want to admit it, he's just not all there. There's something wrong with Kanye. It might be just profound unintelligence or ignorance. It might be actual mental disorder. I wouldn't doubt the mental disorder part, especially since he was diagnosed with something. It doesn't come off the same. You can be mad at me for this, but as somebody that is fully there. That's the only reason why. People think, and then the real that people just don't think that he has full agency over himself. It has nothing to do with how amazing of a person you are. It's not that you're lovable. It's that people don't perceive you as like being all there. If that statement's even true. So
that's what I noticed. I didn't understand why you showed it to me when we first met.
And to be honest with you, we shouldn't. People having mental conditions isn't an excuse for their shitty behavior, but it is a context to it. It is a context to it, potentially.
But now I understand.
Yeah.
It's very nice. Congratulations. I know you don't talk about it, but your hat does say 24.
Yeah.
If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you represent?
None.
That we're beings with engineering opportunities. I would represent.
I mean, to be honest with you, if Kanye West does unironically run and he ends up going on the debate stage, we've truly entered one of the darkest times in history. And the reason I say that, and I know a lot of people are probably think I'm exaggerating, Kanye West being on this, it would be the personification of political theatrics. When you have somebody, it's not even because he's a celebrity. It's somebody who just doesn't deserve there's no authority that Kanye West has. There's nothing positive he could ever bring after listening to these conversations to the stage. And you'll just hear mumblings and if you thought Donald Trump was bad, wait until you hear Kanye West. It'll be abysmal. It'll be insane. And people will point and they'll laugh. And if you think you want to sit here and talk about, oh, how in the United States, well, there's trans people in the military, oh, it's so bad, where people are laughing at us, people will laugh at us more than anything else if Kanye West is on that debate stage. And that's just a fact. He's still thinking. It's not me pausing it or anything.
Just as you served a platform here, there's something that happened on my last run that I know was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand, even when we're the ones that cause the pain, like with my tweet. It's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or a fan base or shoe design or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to educate.
Always makes you uncomfortable the way he talks about his ex-wife. At least he admitted that she's an ex-wife this time.
That has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be the.
So this is a point where I'd like to know who, because listen, cancel culture can absolutely be fucking horseshit. Who are you referring to? Give me some examples of the people. And then I want to know what they did to potentially get fired or canceled. Because I feel like this is so indirect and it's a cop-out. It's a way to say that there's an agenda in schools. And I'm not going to say that colleges aren't more liberal, because they absolutely are. But I want to hear your specific examples of the people getting canceled and for the reasons why. Because I just feel like it's such an easy thing to say, this thing is happening, but like, give me a little bit more, even if it's an anecdote, something. Just give me some substance to what you're saying. Because it sounds like you just want to say a thing without any type of substance to it, to push an idea.
These professors, and then you mute them, and they have nowhere to go.
What professor are you referring to?
And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back at school, or like
and not for nothing, but these teachers also get like tenure, so like I'm not really worried about them. If for a lot of these teachers, it's like they don't even get fired or canceled; they just don't get to work anymore, but they get paid. They go sit in a room fucking all day and get paid. So
back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard, and we deserve to ask why. You know, like you have to ask why. I just feel like I feel like that is sympathize with Mr. Hugecock. I'm just saying that it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah. Do you think that would get censored? I feel like they definitely cut it down some inches. I'm pointing out this, I'm pointing out this truth. Now I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And, I wonder right there, when I say these jokes, is it something that, because I do feel like laughter is the key, engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Chris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug, Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. I mean, but just if one.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all the shit talking back and forth.
Is there back and forth? Like what happened? Like I guess I don't know what Howard Stern's side is here.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous. Not just.
Listen, I could be missing context. I'm going to make a reasonable assumption that Howard is pissed off as a Jewish person for the shit that Kanye is saying. Listen, I was saying before that like I'm ethnically Jewish and I'm not religiously Jewish, and I don't identify with these issues, and I don't overall. But I will say, and I was talking about this before, that like it does partially scare me with some of the type of rhetoric being normalized in like media. Just realistically, like I said, I never thought like abortion would get overturned. I thought everything was all talk. Once that happened, a lot for me, it was a really big wake up call that shit really could hit the fucking fan, and like this type of rhetoric could seriously cause more harm. You know, and if they start going around knocking on fucking doors, you know I'm going. You know I'm going to be one of the ones going to a fucking camp, right? I know that might sound a little bit intense. I don't think that this kind of thing would happen, but like part of me thinks like it could happen. You know what I mean? There is like that residual fear. So for me, somebody who has like no true identification or not a lot of identification with Jewish people, to feel that way, I can't imagine how an actual Jewish person feels about this kind of shit. I couldn't even imagine. And so like this whole other jealous thing, if Howard is provoked by your anti-Semitic rhetoric, there's nothing to do with jealousy. It's to do with your ignorance. I find that just it's interesting, and a lot of people do call it like provocateur. Well, they just do like the provocateur like baiting. We watched Steven Crowder the other day, and one of the things Crowder likes to do is he likes to be incredibly emotionally provocative of people. He will effectively, and we watched it talk to a girl who was sexually assaulted, she was raped, and talk about how rape culture doesn't exist. And his biggest claim, his biggest thing that helps him win the argument isn't that he's logically sound or factually correct. It's his ability to talk about a very sensitive topic in an incredibly insensitive way to emotionally provoke the person who is directly impacted so that they come off as less credible or intelligent because they lose their shit. But it's such a difficult thing for somebody who has an attachment to a particular issue or situation to be able to disconnect themselves in a way to be very, very level-headed. Like Lex is, as a Jewish person, I think this is like an above and beyond expectation from him. And it's not an expectation, it's above and beyond for him to not be provoked and frustrated and angry at Kanye in a way that I don't think Kanye respects or appreciates. I think that he feels entitled to this conversation, but he should understand that Lex, this isn't like he's not. That like this is an incredible charity from Lex, that he shouldn't have to do this kind of thing. And he is, and I don't think that Kanye West truly understands or appreciates it to the extent that he should appreciate it. Honestly,
not just jealous of my cock. He's also he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
You got to let go of that jealousy.
You got to let go of that jealousy, Howard. You got to
Howard and everybody else. Jealousy is a natural human thing, man.
I wonder, just as a Christian, right? When I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because as a boss, right, I'll talk to an employee, and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got the bigger plan, right? So it's like me talking to God. Were there things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God? And for those things, I pray and I repent for anything that I've said that was disobedient to God.
But humor is not one of them. Joking is, I feel like humor is the way we avoid so much suffering in the world. It's the way to, it's like a catalyst for love. Like it's a way to, people that have gone through some of the darkest trauma that I've ever met through war.
What's the bad take that you think I have? I'm just curious.
I just came back from Ukraine. They're laughing. They're making jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times.
Oh, because you said that Steven Crowder looks for someone to dunk on, someone who doesn't have the facts. I don't know how what I said is disagreeable to you. I'm just not going to engage with it, though. I'm not really understanding what you're... Yes, he does look for some people who are ignorant. He also looks to emotionally provoke people. I'm not entirely sure how that's a bad take. Both of these things that we said can be true at the same time. I think the worst take is your inability to recognize and understand that. But okay.
I don't know what it is about like humans. I feel like humor, that's the best way to socially engineer a good future, I think, is humor. Not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem with censorship. One of the things that really suffer is humor. Jokes. Maybe going too far in the jokes. You mentioned Anthony Jeselnik. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard, and it's great. He crosses all the lines, and that's why he's a genius. And that's what people feels refreshing when he does it. I don't know what it is.
But then it's like hurtful when I do it. But I'll tell you something that was interesting.
Well, because you're not making jokes. That's the difference. First of all, like we have to get into like an actual conversation about this. First of all, nothing you said was a joke. You didn't, not one time have you ever said that that you were just kidding. It wouldn't have mattered. Second of all, jokes can absolutely be vehicles for people to push actual ideology through. So even if something is a joke doesn't mean it's okay. A good comedian, can push the boundaries of a joke or of jokes in general. make insensitive jokes about any really group of person without being disrespectful to those group. I think that that's probably one of the greatest achievements of comedians, is a way to be respectful about disrespect, almost, you know, if you simplify it. Being able to say something that is a humorous criticism in a loving way in some cases, you know, fun. That's what it comes down to. I don't really know anything to Next specific humor. I've never seen him say anything particularly like offensive to the point where I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. But Kanye West isn't doing that. You know, this is not, he's not doing that at all. Nothing he's saying is humorous. I don't think that he understands humor. Honestly, I don't. The next thing he'll say is he's the fucking most rich comedian in the world too, as he makes like 3 jokes, you know? But okay.
I'm pretty sure Anthony doesn't like, sorry for the assumption, but just most
doesn't like
comedians
Jews
I
either.
know didn't vote for Trump.
Okay, so
That's interesting.
Not saying there aren't comedians that did, but just the ones I know, because I live in California, right?
But they have an appreciation for Trump because of the sense of humor.
Yeah.
I got to ask you about Parler and
Okay.
engineering, because I'm interested about that.
Dum 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 dum.
incredible.
Hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot, and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want to bring people together and get these
I
sales
know.
done.
But the word, 100%, I see
No,
your
I
vision.
don't
How do
think
we do
that's
that?
true.
Somebody you care. Don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
JM.
Like, man, you sound like it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh, he would say JM?
Yeah, he was branded JM. That's right. No, it's just the implied
Dude, that was like a funny
this,
gesture from not Kanye, but
memified prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
You know
what I'm
what?
trying
You know what's a prejudice towards a group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his death on camera, because okay, there are examples of us being killed and being killed on camera, but if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media, because
hold on.
14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week, and it's not spread that much.
100%. I agree with this 100%. That the reality is that nobody gives a fuck about black on black crime. Second, I think Family Guy did a really funny joke about it. There was like an episode where like Peter accidentally shot Cleveland's son, and then Cleveland's like, "No, I did it to save his friend because he knew he just was an idiot and he wasn't racist." And then they're like, "All right, let's go home," right? Because the media doesn't care about black people killing other black people, even though it's very important to talk about. Unfortunately, a lot of people who use that rhetoric that are like, "How come the media doesn't care about black on black crime?" aren't people who care about black on black crime. I'm not saying Kanye. Separate Kanye. A lot of conservatives who say, well, what about black on black crime? They don't say it in a way where they care about black on black crime. They say it in a way where they're just trying to say, like, can we just stop talking about this? They don't actually care. They only bring that up as a way to try to debunk the BLM narrative, because those are two separate issues. Black on black crime is an issue just as like, police brutality is an issue. Sure. But I don't think that this is one of the things that I think that Kanye doesn't understand. When he talks about BLM, he talks about it so negatively while focusing on black crime. And then again, this would be like a dog whistle. This would be like, what are conservatives getting out of this? See, BLM doesn't matter. BLM went too far with like some, I guess I said it before, with the way that they like utilize some of the money. They're buying like mansions and shit or some fucking ridiculous crap like that. The institution, but the idea is still very good. And why can't you empower both concepts at the same time? Why do you have to remove the nuance from this topic? That's the problem that I have. One of the many, truly.
Like you said,
One of the many, really.
singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres and a mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right?
Wouldn't
like
it be a
that
good
black
thing that they
people
did
not
this?
ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But
Okay.
actually the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify this better, but it's like its own city.
If you ever say that, like, you've kind of already lost. I've seen Candace Owens talk about how climate change doesn't exist, and then get dunked on by Joe Rogan. I couldn't take her seriously on a lot of things. I just said, Okay.
or something like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly where, but there was like a little place that tried to make their own community like separate of police or something. It was like ridiculous and crazy. Sure. Okay. What does that really matter? Again, that's like the narrative went too far type of a thing. Just like the looting and the rioting. Well, the looting and the riot, yeah, went too far. And kind of, I would say, like, honestly hurt the messaging of BLM in a lot of different ways, right? Like, these are the things that happen when they go too far. And I think there's a lot of people there, possibly like a lot of white people that were there that didn't actually care about BLM. They were just using it as an excuse to cause violence and actually destroy small businesses that were black-owned businesses as well, right? Sure, these are great things to call out, but not at the expense of the overall movement.
It's like Washington D.C. now and stuff. Like, and that has to be from a government, that's got higher level agenda written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death.
Which part? The creation of the business? The reality is the only reason people care about George Floyd is because of COVID. Two reasons. One, it was close to like an election cycle, right? 2020 midterms. Media cares more about black people magically when you have an election coming up. Number two, people were home and they were bored and they were like more outraged than normal because they were already upset, they were already depressed. I'm not trying to be rude because I think that it was a very important moment, but that's really what happened. And yeah, the media is going to show you things that will be provocative. Right now, it's pop and boom in business to show white on black crime and police brutality, and it's a good thing to show it. But just as it used to not be good business to show it, there's people who will go around. I'll give you a good example, and they'll say that black people aren't serial killers. Like, you can't name a single black serial killer. If you look into it, there are plenty of black serial killers. The reason why we don't think that there are black serial killers is because nobody gave a fuck when a black serial killer kills a black person, because that's the reality. Because people don't care about black on black crime, right? Like, it's just because the media is going to respond to what people care about the most. How can they outrage farm? It's a fundamental issue with the media, 100%. There's no agenda though. There's no real media agenda outside of money. That's the reality of it. The world is so horrible and greedy. They don't care. It's about money. If they can profit off of the tragedy and suffering, they will absolutely profit off of it in the best way possible. That is the most horrible part about the media, is that they will respond to what people want to care about.
Death of an individual. Yeah, sure. The media are. Not the Jewish media, the media.
Yeah, the media.
The media is fucked up. That machine.
Absolutely agree.
Takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on.
100%.
Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I'll put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And
you're a fucking idiot. You're such a stupid person. It's so hard to be like nice. What are you talking about? The fact that you're bringing ethnicity or religion, however you want to interpret it, into the conversation is giving people these people who may happen to be Jewish an out, as well as the non-Jewish people in the entertainment field that are taking advantage of I guess, people when it comes to contracts or other artists or celebrities or however you want to say it. You're the problem. It's not like you're being anti-Semitic unnecessarily in a way that hurts your own narrative because you're stupid and fucking dumb and wrong.
And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning, like, it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? Okay. A lot of times you think of actually kind of being out of shape, and 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis or something, like, you thought about it a different way. Now you think about a billionaire, you think about Elon, you think Kim, think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros is a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying, like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude. And
that's not what you're saying. You're not saying that they happen to be Jewish. You're saying that their Jewishness is the problem. That is what comes out of what you're saying. Do you not understand this? Their religion doesn't fucking matter.
Talk without me. We're in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be. This is his next house. And they were making all these decisions and they're making all this money. And at the end, I was like, I ended my tour and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic and we're going to call you Hitler.
Fucking loser.
I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish.
That's not what you're saying. You're not just saying that they just so happen. That's what Lex is saying. He's saying they just so happen to be Jewish, but them being Jewish, that identity has nothing to do with the behavior that they are engaging in, if they're even all Jewish. You're saying, you're harping on the fact that they are Jewish. You are calling out the entire Jewish people for bad experiences you've had with some Jewish people. You don't even know how to talk about what he just doesn't know how to. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the realities. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say-so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
because this is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do it.
If you say that that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But
is that what he's saying?
Historically
but
resonates.
What about the fact that it's true?
When you
okay, so if what he's saying is that bro, it's so, I don't even know how Lex picked that out of what he's saying, because he's so bad at communication, Kanye. If what he's saying is that in this case the wives of people are silencing black voices, and you're saying that that's a woman thing, yeah, that's sexist. It's the problem of those specific women would be the problem in this instance. So it is directly analogous. Absolutely. You're saying like shitty things about women. It's not all women who do this. It's just like these wives, I guess, in this situation, potentially, if that's what he's talking about. It's hard to tell. Like, he thought that was a dunk, but it's not. Like, you're boiling down the bad behaviors of somebody to an identity that is bigoted. I don't. This isn't like a complicated thing. Their identity has nothing to do with it.
talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems. You're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's not even true. What you're saying, what the fuck are you talking about? What did they get pulled over for? Not everybody goes to jail if one person gets pulled over. If I get pulled over for a fucking speeding ticket, not everybody gets the ticket. It's just the driver. What you're saying doesn't even make sense. What the fuck are you talking about? How could you be so wrong? This is ridiculous.
I say you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion.
I mean, if all of them committed a murder, then sure, all of them would go to the jail. But like, if somebody gets pulled over, you're not responsible for what the driver did. When you say somebody gets pulled over, the first assumption in your brain is that they're getting pulled over for a bad driving habit or something wrong with the car, right? So if they got pulled over for fucking murder, then yeah, all of them are going to jail. But if they got pulled over for the first assumption that we make is the most first reasonable assumption that they were driving recklessly, only the driver gets punished for that. What the fuck are you talking about?
5 times in this interview, and you keep on going back to this is like 1930. This is like this. This is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here? Yes. I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that.
They didn't have to be. You unfortunately wanted them to be.
Now we are here and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time if I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself.
What?
And we don't care
You can explain yourself. You're fucking. It's embarrassing for you.
of how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire.
even about, yes, you did. That's what they said.
Oh yeah, of course they're going to say that because Ben Shapiro, a Jewish person, is very influential in the Daily Wire. Oh God, the Jewish person runs it. Oh. Of course, he's offended because you're a fucking idiot. You're like, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Ben Shapiro says some very disagreeable things I don't agree with at all. I've never once gone as, oh, it's because he's Jewish. Like, how fucking stupid.
And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me by, I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story.
You've been given probably about 40 hours of interview time to explain your frustration, and you're just inconcise and you don't know how to talk about it. Your frustration is that you're angry at all Jewish people because some Jewish people hurt you. That's boiling it down. That's what you're saying. And people are like, listen, it's those people's fault, not all of those people. And you're just not listening. What's happening is that you think you're correct, despite the fact that you're wrong. You're getting called out, and you're a fucking crying toddler, claiming that, like, no, I'm actually the victim. You're not. You're the victim in some ways, but your victimhood doesn't justify the hatred that you're spewing, you stupid fuck. I mean, holy shit.
Just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. It's exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration.
Your problem doesn't matter. That's the reality. It would matter. It would have mattered if you expressed it better, but it doesn't matter because of the way that you're expressing it. You've assassinated your own problem. You've destroyed your activism before it started, and your lack of accountability and an apologetic nature is the reason why nobody fucking cares about anything that's going on with you. That's the reality.
And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I wrote. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, right? Yeah. So the.
Wow, he's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice and talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers, they come together and like say they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernard Arnault offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Demna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards a same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done. There's some bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. Okay. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now, the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet. And that's facts, and that's fucked up.
You've had every single opportunity to explain it. This is the problem is you've gotten the opportunity to explain yourself and you've used it to just double down on the anti-Semitism instead of focus on the other thing. So, I mean,
Well, I was hoping to. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
We're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck
All
the
right,
resentment.
right.
We're moving forward.
Kanye is. Yeah, he is getting very visibly fucking frustrated. But
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I've lived my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from the engineering perspective, with a team, with an incredible team. And everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate or collude and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions and you find a way around all the difficult shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you can trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust, like really trust?
it's not
No,
gonna
I
go
trust
otherwise.
God. At any point, a human being can like I could like if I like go and like really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, that. Am I supposed to, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions, but only go and like really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, that. Am I supposed to, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agendas no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I could wear a red hat. That can help her to get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you. Because...
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda of just being in love? Like, that's just what you're talking about. Red hat is just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day. And actually, marriages are actually...
I just don't agree with that. The world has always been transactional. I again, like, I don't like the history baiting. It's becoming more like things are getting worse. No, things are just getting put out there. People are just starting to fucking realize it. Holy fuck, are you kidding me? Fucking Jesus.
Actually originally based on transactions, and that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we come, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage, because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful? Handing your hand over in marriage too. But no, she had to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive those same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
Is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit? We're all full of shit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't know you deeply enough.
Though? What was the bullshit?
Jewish media,
That's not bullshit.
It is bullshit.
The bullshit is that the Jewish media won't admit.
Your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words you used, you weren't.
And I said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
I don't know if it resonated because you keep saying like the words.
Did it resonate to y'all that y'all ain't do nothing about it, and that all y'all want to do is have somebody apologize and sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time?
Look at that right there. The only honest moment that Kanye West had this interview. He's blaming Lex for the issues, for the wrongs that whatever people he interacted with did to him. It is Lex's fault. That's what it comes down to, brother. Why do you keep opening trade, you fucking idiot? That's what it comes down to. And that's what it is. This is what you end up doing. It is Lex's fault. Kanye West just said it because he's Jewish for what happened to him. It is Lex's responsibility. And that's a toxic thing. And it's so funny. From like I know I keep going from a conservative perspective, and I know Kanye is not conservative, but this is the whole ideology this is one of the ideologies that some conservatives will speak out against, the concept that white people, it's their responsibility as white people and it is their fault as white people for the atrocities that were committed in the past. And this is one of the things that a lot of conservatives will call out as like some kind of progressive brainwashing in schools. I disagree with it. I think as an American person, it is my responsibility to right the wrongs that American people have committed, which happened to be white, but I had no connection to anything that happened. My family came over in World War II, right? At least the German side of my family did. But what Kanye is spewing says that it is white people's fault for the atrocities that have happened. Born today. It is the newborn baby boy's responsibility, or it's his fault that slavery happened. It is the newborn baby Jewish girl responsibility for what happened to Kanye. That's what he's saying. That's what he's delivering. And so, like, this is just ignorant. It's good to understand what groups of people have caused these problems to avoid these types of problems in the future. But this blame game is always bad. And here's your direct reason as to why it's so bad and how it can become so irresponsible and so toxic.
You own the same bullshit as the other people. So you're doing the same thing that the other, let's say media, because I'm not allowed to say, has done. So until somebody
Which is what, man?
Is
I'm trying to call you out in your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I don't fucking trust you.
Well, you should find people in your life you can trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on the BLM. A lot of organizations use tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
And what was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe
that's fair. I don't know. I didn't watch your documentary, but that's completely fair. That's what I was like. That's fundamentally what I was talking about before. You should question these things. You should be skeptical, but you shouldn't be anti-mainstream. You should call out mainstream, but mainstream isn't always wrong. And that's the. I mean, frankly, the issue Kanye is experiencing is the same issue that Sneeko is experiencing. It's a complete anti-mainstream, and not like, instead of evaluating the facts. Because here's the problem. This is one of the things that mainstream media does a lot. Is they will tell you they will tell you a truth out of context. That's what they're always doing. They always tell you a truth out of context, right? When we talked about Kanye was talking about it before, black on black crime. They don't show you black on black crime, but they'll show you anytime there's like a police issue to stoke racial tensions. Both of these things need to be seen, though. So they're not lying to you, but they're trying to show you that police interactions are worse than black on black crime. I couldn't quantify which one is worse or better. That's not my place. But certainly, it's not the media's responsibility to do that either, right? A media responsibility that tends to be more white dominated, so they don't have that experience of understanding like what is worse, right? That's what happens, and so you have to question it, but you have to like look it through and try to figure out the details. It's almost like you have to read through a contract as a lawyer before signing it, because that's how the media they'll tell you the truth in a hard way to interpret, and you have to be much more careful and intelligent about it.
Believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop, not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion.
And again, we keep going back to abortion, and like abortion, frankly, is not even close to the biggest issue in the black community. I can say that confidently. I don't have to be black to understand that. There are greater issues in the community than fucking abortion. And Kanye is not even using the platform as a way to talk about those greater issues. It just comes back to abortion over and over and over and over and over and over again. But what about anything else? What about the denial of opportunity? And I know he's talked about it a little bit, but it's interesting that his go-to is abortion and not various other issues that could definitely be pointed to when it comes to these situations.
So let's get into engineering. Let's just go, because
how do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering, and its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control.
Everybody
that's something that, I mean, that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. I mean, it's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
Well, then
by
speak
what?
to the community and help.
Hold on, we're almost there. By what? This is the thing. What's the influential factor? Is it because the United States has less black babies? Or is it the material conditions that these people are under? Poor people, frankly, again, it's not even black people, but poor people are under that make them feel like they need to have abortions. We're almost there. We're so close to a real insightful moment from Kanye, but he's not thinking deep enough. He's like, they're being forced to by what? And if he says the media, in what way, right? There's a lot of things that need to be questioned here. There needs to be just a consistent question. Why this? Why that? You know how annoying children are? That's what you need to be right now. Why? Always question why. All these specifics. So you get down to the root of the problem. And Kanye hasn't gotten to the root of the problem. He's just used these situations as a way to justify the way he feels instead of actually understanding what's going on in the world.
I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you're doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters. I bought land in Calabasas, and I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries, which would be modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing. But first of all, water. First of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge, it's itself, because then you can go get water. I mean, you can argue like if you're a baby, how do you get water? But the baby doesn't have it, you know. So someone with the knowledge then feeds the.
I feel like this interview is a bit edited, but in a way that makes Kanye look better, which is surprising because I feel like there's cuts when he gets very emotionally provoked, and then all of a sudden he's like back to normal, and I feel like it has to do with like the cutting of it.
Baby, the water. But it's important that those with the knowledge teach the baby how to find the water themselves. And the business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I would tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity zones and
absolutely. Contract. I literally just use it as an example before. Contracts can be very deceiving. That's why you have to hire somebody to look through the contract for you, to advocate for you. The problem is, in this case, is that Kanye can very easily say, well, there's an issue with the people who are trying to create contracts with me. But then also I hire somebody, a lawyer, and guess what? They're always Jewish. That's just something that he would say. And so now, even despite the fact that that lawyer has every most likely intention and benefit by benefiting you in the contract, because that's his reputation at stake, you can still construct a conspiracy narrative that you're getting wronged, right? And this is why, like, it's the problem with like this bigotry and this prejudice that Kanye West has here. It's just like this huge problem that he has.
Look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol. I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in Middle America, Denny's or something. I went to Denny's the other day. Okay. You will see that my people are sick, and my people meaning all people, right? But Black people are very influential to all people. So right, if the media picks,
this is the problem. Why? So why are Black people so unhealthy? That's the question. Nobody ever asks, why are Black people so unhealthy? You think it has to do with the fact that they're poor and there's things called like a food desert where there isn't like healthy food access, but there's sure as hell access to McDonald's, because we said this before. They put preservatives in there to increase the life cycle of the food, despite the fact that it is effectively poison. McDonald's can do this. Their food stays active longer. Harder to do that with grocery stores, right? So you have access to cheaper food because you're poor. That's like, it's just physically more accessible locally, and it's cheaper because of the preservatives in it. Okay, so what do we do as a solution, right? How do we deal with this? We're not there. Kanye's not there. He's not deep enough. He's not going deep enough. Everything's media magical, shit, and the media has impacts on things, absolutely. But in this case, it simply is a big part an issue with really two things: lack of financial access, and then lack of the government caring enough to actually police these foods. The FDA doesn't give a shit. It's a big problem. People don't talk about it too much. We should talk about it a lot more. It's just so normal that we don't fucking care. That's the reality. But we didn't get that far because Kanye has a view of the world that seems to centralize around Jewish people controlling the media. And so he uses facts to justify that rather than to think critically as to why things are going on. It's like black people aren't healthy. Why do you think that it is? Because of media, because the media is destroying them. The media this, the media that. But that's not really the answer. If you dig deep, the answer is lack of like financial access, and as well as like the lack of the government caring about, you know, regulating the FDA better. It's a problem.
Overweight black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick.
Right there. So that right there, the negative aspect of body positivity, saying body goals for overweight. First of all, like any other thing, you know, body positivity is about, it's supposed to be about fat people loving themselves enough to change, right? Like looking at your body and not hating yourself, understanding that you have the confidence to overcome people staring at you and snickering and making fun of you. That's what it's about. Sometimes it goes a little too far by saying it's body goals to be fat. It shouldn't be body goals to be fat. That's just an objective fact. It's not healthy, right? It's not a good thing to. But the reality is that body positivity isn't what causes people to be fat. That's not the root problem. And it's convenient to blame that small part of the problem, despite the fact that there are bigger issues at hand. It is a very, very sheltered and narrow perspective on the reason why people are unhealthy. It's just like, oh, see, they're saying body goals. That's why people are fat, because somebody said body goals. Every fat person hates themselves. It's a cope in every case. Nobody is actually getting fat because somebody says body goals, okay? And if it's happening, it's a massive outlier. There are people who might feel less inclined to lose weight because of saying body goals, but this isn't the core problem. The core problem is lack of access to food. The core problem is sedentary lifestyles. The core problem is not learning to cook from your parents. The core problem is a lot of different issues. Is stress eating. These are the core problems. The core problem is bullying fat people. It absolutely, and it's just a lack of understanding of what the fuck you're talking about that leads to just these, like, just such ridiculous fucking things. Just fucking ridiculous. The lack of policing on unhealthy foods that are so addictive. These are the problems. Commercialism. That's not really media. Commercialism. The fact that you can say, I kind of want McDonald's, and this is the thing that you all have experienced, and you open up your phone on Instagram and all of a sudden there's an ad about McDonald's. It's insane. These are things that are being funneled into people's heads, and of course people need better self-control, but the reality is that we can observe human behavior and we're all just human, and we don't act in an ideal capacity. But again, Kanye doesn't have a nuanced thought process or fucking brain. He just has a narrative that he wants to believe, and then he uses facts in an incorrect way to double down and justify his ignorant narrative. That's what it comes down to.
And it just so happens that that night I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet, that now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick.
The sad part here is something that's very human that people should kind of come to terms with. There's going to be people in your life that you're just not going to be able to get through. At least not in this time. Sometimes people take time to absorb information and then maybe they can reflect and change, and Kanye is just not there yet. The reality is you can stress yourself out and you'll do it out of love because you want somebody to change, but understand that change is only good for them and it's not necessarily good for you. Sometimes you have to give up and you have to let things play themselves out. You have to understand that people can take time to change and that nobody changes in a day. When you have conversations with people, it's not about getting through to them today. It's about getting through to them 3 months from now when they're taking a shit. I know that sounds so silly, but when people tend to have very heavy reflective thought at random moments of their life, where 6 other things can be on their mind, and then all of a sudden those 6 things connect together in a way that connects your argument together with them. And the reality is sometimes you have to just kind of leave it there.
Today, not 30 years ago, not 60 years, my people are sick today. 50% of my people's of deaths are abortion today. My people don't have the opportunities today, even to the point that, because if JP Morgan had been nice to me and if Alex Klein, a STEM player, had been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point it out that we don't have any black. We have 2 black engineers. So I have to have a responsibility, obviously, to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. You know, tribalism.
So instead of focusing on shitting on Jewish people and blaming all Jewish people for the problems and the sins of a select few, why don't you focus more on trying to provide schools, like advocate for schools having better access, or black schools, to engineering? There's only 2 engineers. The biggest problem there isn't necessarily that they need employment. They should get employed. The biggest problem here is that there aren't more black engineers. There isn't enough of a push in black communities for them to have access, even access to computers. They're fucking, there's some schools that are so poor. It's not even just black, but just poor areas. They don't even have fucking computers. You know, that's what's just going to stunt people's growth in the future. Computers are the way of the future. It's going to be a huge portion of jobs. If you can't do computers, you better hope that you can do HVAC or mechanic or something like that, because those trades are complex enough to not be automated away anytime soon, right? How come the focus is always negative and it's never positive?
Is real with black people, to separate the brightest from the tribe, or to separate the leaders. It is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right?
Maybe.
Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now 72% of black mothers are raising children by themselves.
Okay.
This is an agenda, like a Tuskegee experiment set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the black people.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened. Like, that's what we call like aspects of systemic racism. That like some white people or white people in the position of power years ago set that position up. Nothing to do with Jewish people. Why do you have so much hatred for Jewish people and not white people? Because if you were going to be honest with what you just said, you should, by this logic, hate white people. And I would almost respect you for it, because I could see where it's coming from. But for some reason, it's Jewish people. For some reason, there's a separation between white and Jewish people when it comes to Kanye, which is something that only deeply anti-Semitic people will generally do. Because for the most part, like in America at least, like Jewish people tend to be pretty white, right? Except when they get separated in this anti-Semitic way. The only people I ever see separate people are the people like separate Jewish people and white people are people like Nick Fuentes that think that Jewish people are fucking scum and shouldn't be associated with whiteness. Why are you doing that? Why aren't you hating white people? Hate white people then. I don't want you to hate white people. But the fact that you hate Jewish people and not white people, despite the fact that white people as a whole, Jewish people weren't the ones fucking over here originally enslaving people. I mean, I guess it would be English white people if you really want to get specific. So why do you only hate Jewish people? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
People in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I said, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all black, right? Is that okay for me to say?
Sure, go for it.
Is that okay for me to say?
Yes.
Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't...
Not at all. You know it's not. You're being stupid now. If you wanted to make an all-black company, if I said I want to make an all-white company, that would be racist, right? People would interpret that as racist, because white people generally tend to perform better than black people in society, right? See, like systemic racism doesn't it benefits white people passively. So if I wanted to do an all-white thing, there's no real reason for that, because there doesn't need to be a building of the white community. But if you said, hey, I want to do like an all-black business, that would make more sense, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to build back up to an equal step. Society's on your side on that. Nobody would call that racist. Nobody would call that anti-Semitic. In fact, that is a very liberal thing that conservatives would fucking piss themselves over. They would hate that idea. And yet somehow you've turned that, it's not anti-Semitic, because you're talking about building black people rather than deconstructing Jewish people. Your focus, this entire conversation, has been more on deconstructing Jewish people and hurting them as a people than it has to be building black people up. And I think it's disgusting.
Crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic.
No,
now I've stretched a bit.
Nope.
So now we can go to, okay, let's make an all-black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic.
No, it wouldn't have. Never.
Just that concept. Because you could
Never.
word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
No. What way would you word it? And what do you mean? How would it be anti-Semitic if you worded it a different way? The only way that I want a black-owned, black priority business, or I want to have like a black-only business, the only way that could be interpreted as anti-Semitic is if you said, I don't want any Jews working for me. There's that. That doesn't communicate. Saying I don't want Jewish people working for me. You fucking idiot. Why do you need to pull this? Doesn't even say I want a black only business. It just says I don't want Jewish people in my business, but I'll take any other form of white person. This guy, Kanye's an idiot.
No, listen. If I said I didn't want to have the Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic?
Yes.
It would sound like it, right? You'd say I'm from 1930s.
It wouldn't
right?
sound like it. It was
But
said it
for me as a
is.
tribe to say, no, I want an all black company.
Those are two different
right?
things.
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want. This is
Well,
America.
what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again, because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been
When you say that you want no Jewish people, white people, white people are still invited. That's not a black priority business meant to build black people. That is an anti-Jewish business meant to tear down Jewish people. There's no way that you're this stupid at this point. I feel like we're getting to a point where Kanye almost has to understand. There's no way somebody could be this stupid in their interpretation of words. It's crazy.
allowed to be sick. We're promoting sickness.
And if you're somebody in my audience like, I disagree with the black only business, that's fine. Like you could disagree with the assertion that that's an okay thing to do. Personally, I think that that's fine based on the context. But you can disagree, but you have to understand, even if you disagree with the outcome of a black only business, you do also understand, because I know that you guys are smart enough to understand that the intention of a black only business is to build a black community, whereas the intention of a no Jewish business is, or no Jewish people allowed type of a business, is to be anti-Semitic, right? We can understand these things.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be black who would like to be called a black engineer. And when you have a company of all black people that are engineers, I don't know the creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each other as humans and look at the problem.
That's fair.
And you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job. You know?
What I can say is the world is sick, and I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator.
Your utopia
and I
sounds
know
horrible.
for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them.
Business deals, the way that they've been done for me, have been keeping the world sick. It sounds like, and maybe he doesn't mean this, what he's saying is that like the atrocities that are happening to him are having a negative impact on me personally, like us at home. I just think that Kanye is very full of himself. I don't think that this issue, frankly, the issue of celebrities not getting great deals means nothing to me. You have enough money to hire a lawyer that can advocate for you. So it's fucking bullshit that you're even getting screwed to the degree that you're pretending to be. I could see how like a young, talented, rising artist would have this problem where they like don't know who to trust. But if you're a lawyer, if you're a fucking billionaire with lawyers on retainer, you absolutely know for a matter of a goddamn fucking fact that they are going to advocate as hard as possible for them, for the billionaire, because they want to keep that client. This is just such a disconnected fucking thing. I don't think it matters what deal Kanye West would ever get. He would always just say he got a raw deal because he's an entitled fucking child.
I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt Ye. But I got to tell you, I have to be honest. This is silly because you don't know me, but it hurt when you said you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's human.
I don't know, man.
I like
Fuck
Lex.
that.
I like Lex. I like this guy a lot. Damn, this guy's doing a lot of damage. I like this guy a lot because I think that there is, in a lot of senses, there is a rejection of emotion in a toxic way. There's a rejection of emotion in a very toxic way across a lot of different medias and mediums. And before, when he said something about being human is about love, I resonated a lot with me personally. And I know people like to meme on me, and it's funny, but I remember when I was in my conversation with Def Noodles, I said, have you ever loved before? And that question got shot down as being too emotional. But we were having a conversation about something that was very deeply personal and hurtful to me. And we have this idea as a society, and I think this mostly constrains men, where you're not allowed to be human, real, or emotional respectfully. I think it's okay to be emotional in a respectful tone. And that was what that meant. Have you ever loved somebody before? You know what it's like to have a traumatic experience that they may have gone through or that they did go through be diminished so quickly, and it's for it to mean nothing. And for some reason, that question is a taboo. And somehow, and I know this is going deep into it, would question my or questions my or calls into question my manhood or my authenticity or my ability to be logical and reasonable because I'm a human that experiences an emotion. And I respect Lex for saying the shit the way that he says it, because it resonates a lot with me. It's just something that I can respect that. I can respect that a lot, you know? I think that that's a good message to put out to people, that it's okay to be to not always appeal to logic in every sense, that like we're not fully logical creatures. So to go to completely invoke logic in every case is illogical from a human perspective.
I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit. I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you. And I feel like you got pain you're working through. And never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess. That's fucked up though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah. Do you think
it's good to not trust people, but like the way that he came off with it is like disrespectful. I understand what he's saying. To be like, I don't trust you. Like, I haven't generated trust with you yet is different from saying I don't trust you. Especially since the context of what he said, it seemed to be because he's Jewish more than anything else, based on what's been going on in this conversation.
I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack by a lot of people. You have a vision, and you're trying to feel your way through it.
I don't think that he's under attack. Like, I respect Lex's perspective, but I don't think he's under attack at all. I think that people are rightfully outraged by the things that he said and done. And yeah, I wouldn't consider that under attack. I mean, he's under attack by himself.
And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
His destruction will be that he gets to retire with millions and millions of dollars and never have to worry about anything. So, I mean, frankly, who cares? Like,
to be forgotten.
Do you think you'll be forgotten?
Because the memory,
Hold on, what was the question?
The risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
He wants
you think you'll be forgotten?
Because the memory, there's ego in memory, in the memories. Who designed the sidewalk? Who designed the water fountain? Who designed the stop sign? Who designed the stoplight?
What?
These things are so ubiquitous that the person that designed them is forgotten. If it's a good idea, it's a God idea. And no VCs can own it.
What is a VC?
So you want your designs in all realms of life to be so simple that they permeate everything. They take over and you're forgotten. That's a successful design, is you're forgotten.
Yes.
Do you have advice for people? A lot of young people look up to you. Do you have advice for young people of how to live a life they can be proud of?
Hey, Jewish people, guys.
Don't tweet while you're sleepy.
Take a nap. Surely there's other things. I love the.
Yeah, it's such what a funny joke. But all unfunny jokes aside, he keeps saying that he was sleepy when he made that DEF CON tweet or whatever. What that communicates to me, because he still hasn't apologized for any true capacity, is, have better judgment to hide your bigotry. I guess that's some pragmatic advice, but frankly, I think it's better to focus on just not being bigoted in the first place.
The humor. Don't take it seriously, I suppose, is what that means.
Don't send sleepy tweets. Unless you buy your own social platform the very next week called Parler. But other than that, if you're not going to buy your own social platform, then don't.
Is that why you bought Parlors? So you could be sleepy and send messages out into the wild?
I don't know that.
I actually am really interested in the engineering aspects of Parler. Is there a vision there? Because I'm also super interested in Elon buying Twitter.
I like Instagram better than Twitter. And I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg liked Instagram better than Facebook, or saw how how valuable that was, and he bought it.
So you'd like to take Parler, something, whatever is the magic that makes Instagram work, you want to push it there.
I thought it was interesting how it felt like Snapchat made the Kardashians bully Instagram.
What's the point of Snapchat going to war on Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone wants to say, well, this is our value. Snapchat, no one wants to lose their value to someone else's value, whatever. It's like, and everything is just, what's the difference between permanent and temporary? It's just a permanent structure. And until God says it's not, it's like nothing's permanent. Our life is not permanent. So how do we just let go of those things? Even like going from the name Kanye West to Ye was the beginning of just letting go of some things, of these titles. Like we need to remove the titles. Like
you let go of the can, bro. Just now he's just a yay, brother. Wow, really deep
hey,
stuff.
if I have to leave Adidas and I have to go Next Computers, that may take me out of the billionaire standing altogether. And I got to get low for however long God says I have to get low and refocus. I've been reshaping, refocusing my
Weird
staff.
money focusing.
I had some people that were good and I had some people that weren't. I had too many people and I've got a vision inside of me and I'm like, this is how I make this vision. I have to bring this vision to life.
Wait, he bought Parlor from Candace Owens? Wait a minute. Is that what happened? Hold on. Well, there's no way. Best buy is that did Candace? Oh no, she had a connection, right? But did Candace Owens help facilitate that? Her husband owns it. Is that true? Because what I find so interesting is that, like, I would say very directly that the potential motivation for Candace Owens to align himself with Kanye is to sell him the idea of freedom of speech and then to get him to buy this, you know, get him to buy this fucking dog shit platform. Just frankly incredible.
I have to bring these houses to life. I was talking to one of our architects on, we're actually getting close on it. I've like built it a few times. I had like the domes you probably saw and I had, how he transformed Kim's house and we're getting there. Like,
so you want to get into architecture? Like you really want this to become physical reality?
Yes, and I've got close. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, but Rome had to start somewhere.
Yeah,
I got to call you out on the advice. There really is a lot of people that look up to you, and you've lived a really difficult life, and you made it through all of it. What do you advise them to do?
Do everything that you feel.
Don't do that.
Even if you are told that it's the wrong thing.
Don't do that. That's bad advice. I think that's horrible dog shit advice. And I'm going to explain to you why. There is a problem in society that people will say, you know what, Papa Guy, you're fucking right. And that is that people think that they matter too much. Kanye is a really booming example of this. People think that their feelings matter too much. And I want to be clear, people's feelings matter, but we need to be intelligent about it. Just because you feel a certain way about something doesn't mean that your feeling is correct. You can understand that that feeling is okay to feel and it's valid to feel it, but it doesn't mean that it's valid to express it. We talked about it before. And this is actually a great example. Kanye West being wronged by people who may have happened to have been Jewish. His feelings of are bigotry to Jewish people. And I understand that he may dislike Jewish people because of that association. But it doesn't make it an okay feeling to have. You can have the feeling while understand that it's wrong, right? Don't express everything that you feel because you don't matter as much as that. You don't matter. You do matter, but you don't matter more than other people, right? That's the reality. Like other people the feelings need to be taken into context. This is dog shit fucking advice. This is entitled advice from a fucking, I guess, billionaire. This isn't grounded, reasonable advice to give anybody.
No. But not anything violent.
So do what you feel, say what you feel. Like trust your heart.
Yeah, trust your gut. Trust your instincts because that instinct is who God made you to be. Not, what lines up with your like frat brothers or what lines up with what your dad wanted or what lines up with your classmates or, it's just God has something inside.
I know that, listen, maybe I'm thinking too much into it. I found that very interesting that all of his examples were of kids. Like, don't do what your dad wanted or your frat brothers or your classmates. That the reason I find that so fucking weird the reason I find that so weird is like, I don't know. Why is that the point of empathy? Are you talking to young people, or are you what the fuck? What the hell? Are you talking to young people, or is this like, I don't know. Like, I personally wouldn't go that route if I'm talking about myself. Because it's just kind of like a childish perspective. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it. Let me
Exciting you. And when you walk down the
save the
street, you're
children.
thinking about it, and then you just see it in the window. And you go down another street and you see the same thing. Or you're thinking about a number and that number pops up. Or you see it on a license plate. And that's just, you know, something is trying to say, be the maximum yay. You know, be the maximum you. And God won't give you anything that you can't handle. So for me, everything is a yes. I think they say be like water. I know Bruce Lee said that. Or matter of fact,
I know that Moses Hackam says that.
just be. Because we are beings with engineering opportunities.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I have hope. I have faith that however this turns out, that you have the skill and the capacity to really add love to the world. And I hope you do that. I really, really hope you do that. And we talked about the tension of that, the challenges and the opportunities of that.
I mean, I see how we could be of use to each other. You actually have a particular thing for me as I eject from media. Because even also, you know, I'm really big at like, you know, burning the phoenix too.
What does that mean? I find it unfortunate how transactional Kanye West views relationships. At least this one. I do understand that it can be like that, but this doesn't communicate to me. It's like, yeah, I could use you too. It just doesn't communicate genuinity to me.
All you know as an
Hey,
engineer
baby, how
that
you
your
doing?
cells completely regenerate every 7 years. I think I rush the process a little bit. So I run around looking like a burn victim sometimes.
Yeah. But I got to
What?
tell you, anyone I am close with, I work with, there has to be trust. There has to be love. And I think you've been burned quite a bit in your life.
Sometimes I did it myself. I put my hand on the stove. So how do we
Okay.
get to engineering? There's a deal to be done here. Not saying you're making this money off of that, I'm making that money off, but
I don't care about money, by the way.
Same, twins. So there's dealings here.
I don't get that from Kanye after listening to this for 2 fucking hours. It seems like he does have he focuses on money in a weird, bizarre way. He thinks that that's why he calls himself like the richest actor, even though he's really like not. He's not even really an actor, but because he acted one time, he now thinks he's the richest actor. He has a weird focus on money. He made a comment about how he might have to give up this billionaire status to correct the world in some capacity. It doesn't come off like he doesn't care. It sounds like he cares too much about money. Lex seems like a guy who cares more about, everybody cares about money, but it's not his primary focus or driver, whereas Kanye seems to be much more up on the priority list for him.
You got pain, I got pain, but we're beings with engineering opportunities.
For a long time, I thought somebody should create a new social network. And it looks like great engineering could do that.
You got 2 at one time from 2 of your homeboys at one time.
Yeah. And that's a great way to, I mean, it can be done from scratch, or it can be done anew with an already established platform. Yeah. I'm very excited by that possibility. Parler is smaller. Twitter is larger. I wonder whether you could do any kind of revolutionary engineering with a large company. If anyone can, I would say it's Elon.
Well, Elon can look at what we do over here. That's why I like, God does this a lot of times. He creates doppelgangers. There's a lot of examples where theory happened 2 places at one time. A really similar type of personality happens at one time.
It's weird. It's beautiful. It's hilarious.
It's not really that weird. It's like 7 billion fucking people. I would imagine it's kind of like normal, but okay.
It's actually, it's kind of humorous.
So we should just share every piece of information together as I go build Parler and as he builds up Twitter and see how to make both of those better. But I'll be like, hey, I'm not gonna let Snapchat bully me out of, adding something to it that's best. It should just be the best platform possible.
Yes.
That means that, that means TikTok.
Oh yeah, Elon did give Kanye his Twitter back, didn't he? Interesting. I think I saw that happen. Yeah, is that true? Did he actually do that? Maybe I'm dumb.
Has amazing features. Twitter has amazing things about it. I know this girl that's like, I like Instagram better than Twitter. It's just she likes that Twitter has porn, but other than that, Instagram. But I was like, well,
true. It's interesting. I could my wife actually follows meme pages. I follow 1 or 2 as well, because back in the day they would take some of my videos from TikTok and they would show them, so it was kind of cool. And the reason that the meme pages are relevant to what I'm saying is for very specific reasons. So don't worry. It's because a lot of meme pages push a lot of porn advertisements, a lot of OnlyFans porn advertisements, and it's never been that super provocative. It's provocative and very suggestive. But lately, there's been a couple. This one girl, I think, my wife showed it to me. She's like, this fucking woman is literally in a fishnet top where you can see her whole ass fucking titties and nipples and everything. And it's like, what Instagram seems to be getting to the same spot where porn is becoming more acceptable. It was just interesting.
Instagram is porn also. It's like soft. It's more subtle. It's not telling you. It's not.
Yeah, well,
it's not conservative
is,
by any means.
Sure.
You know, and
I mean, that's the thing. You have to please a lot of people with these platforms. And I think the goal of a platform should be to help individuals maximize their long-term happiness and growth.
Definitely don't do that.
Like intellectually.
They don't. These platforms don't do that at all, though. Unfortunately, they will harp on your greatest insecurities and then sell you something you don't need to fix that insecurity. That's just what social media does. It's horrible. It's toxic. It's destructive to people's psyche. Frankly, I think it impacts women more than men, but it does impact men as well, because women are very beauty focused because that's like what we've traditionally valued them on in society. Yeah.
Spiritually, psychologically, all of that. And it's a tricky thing to figure out how to do that. Of course, you could just have a platform that's just strictly for fun. I think that's where TikTok leans. But I think there's a balance to strike. Like Twitter, there's a lot of intellectual, philosophical stuff going on Twitter, but it somehow currently makes it too easy to be divisive and hateful towards each other and cancel and all that kind of stuff.
I think
I'm just exploring the concept of it's too easy to do this thing. I guess it's encouraged. The reality though is that encouragement comes from other users. I think one of the biggest problems with social media is that it holds a mirror up to ourselves in some capacity. When you see hateful cancel culture mobs on the internet, it's not necessarily because Twitter created them. It's because Twitter provided these people with a platform to be toxic and hateful through particular conditions, mostly that they don't have to really sign their name onto their profile. People will not treat you in the same way in public as social media. These people are able to be very dishonest and two-faced and hateful, and I think that people are hateful. I think that fundamentally one of the problems with the human condition is hatred, anger. I think that cancel culture is a manifestation of that. I think that Twitter theatrics is almost the new gladiator sphere. Clearly they're not like the exact same because people actually died in these gladiator spheres, but it's just another way for people to be hateful and antagonistic and toxic. I think it just shows us like some of the worst parts of us.
we need to have these healthy conversations. That's what it is. Healthy conversations, healthy dialogue.
Conversation isn't healthy.
That's the biggest thing. Like when I first wore the red hat, the conversation is less healthy than it is today. The conversation about George Floyd.
Yeah, because you've been amplifying your toxicity. So of course it's going to be less productive and less healthy.
You know, it's like, did I send the tweet the right way? Is Candace?
There was no right way to send a tweet about how you need to go DEFCON 3 or DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. You didn't send anything. There's no right way. You just did a bad thing.
Owen's documentary, Perfect, is what Michael Moore, as that documentary is perfect. Century Self, is it fully accurate? You know, it's 2 to 3 hours of a transmit of information through a particular, usually one person's view. And anything you want to research, if you're interested in it, you got to look at 10 versions of it, 20 versions of it. George Floyd, we've looked at one version of that. Now we have a second. Well,
what do you mean?
By the time we get to the...
I'm not understanding what he means by that. So just to be clear, his perspective is that George Floyd believes his perspective is that he died of fentanyl. That's not a perspective. That's a perspective on the situation. It's not really a lens to view things through. I guess maybe it is. Either way, that's irrelevant because you're not the first person that said that. You're probably the last person, really. I mean, you said this somewhat recently. You didn't say this originally. It seems like someone else's thought, frankly, but I don't want to take agency away from you because you're the fucking scumbag who's saying dumb shit like this. It's just not like I see a pattern of Kanye West taking other people's thoughts and proposing them as unique thoughts, and I just find it to be just kind of embarrassing for him.
You know, I know this is like, it's not my last hoodie, but it's definitely not my first hoodie that I put on. You know, it's like that's how we got
Okay.
to it. Like even this particular size of zipper, or the fact that, you know, for people who know, they know that that's like Carhartt. Even though the Carhartt tag isn't there anymore, you just know by the shape of it, you feel it. So it abstracts, it takes into like this cubist place, like Picasso, Matisse, or African Cubism, or
Really not that
Dire
deep.
Straits.
It's a
Money for
fucking
nothing
Carhartt.
and your chicks for free. Look
Great
at that.
band.
Yeah.
Hey, I wouldn't think you could reference Dire Straits. Look at you.
That video.
Yeah, I know. It's a great video.
That video. It's like
Your
it's like-
encyclopedic knowledge of music is great.
I think that, you know, porn is not just sexual. That term actually relates to torture. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like watching
Mhm.
people beat each other up on World Star or something. You know, it's like,
What?
that's called torture porn.
There's also food porn. How do you explain that?
What's food porn?
Food porn is like looking at really delicious.
I am very
Watching
confused.
people just,
Your
It's like-
encyclopedic knowledge of music is great.
I think that,
Interesting.
you know, porn is not just sexual. That term actually relates to torture. Like,
Porn is exclusively sexual. It is sex. Holy fuck! This is gonna be the most base take from Kanye. Holy fuck!
you know what I'm saying? Like watching people beat each other up on World Star or something. You know, it's like, that's called
Dude, this is like toilet thoughts you should have kept to yourself. Porn is exclusively sexual. When you add like a word like torture porn to it, what you're basically saying is like what you're usually saying is like it's the kind of torture that will appease somebody who really enjoys torture, right? Torture porn, food porn. It's the type of it really appeases or it satisfies your hunger cravings, right? Or or it satisfies your cravings for watching torture. That's why you put extra words in front of it. Outside of it, if you just say porn, it's just sexual.
torture porn.
There's also food porn. How do you explain that?
What's food porn?
And usually gets to a point where like you almost satisfy a sexual need through that thing, like food porn. Like there's times it happens where I've eaten before, even food, and I've gotten almost not a sexual satisfaction, but you've gotten a comparable satisfaction that you could almost call sexual. It's very interesting. You could do the same thing for working out or running or really any act behavior. You can get like this particular sensation out of it.
Porn is like looking at really delicious cakes and cookies and steak and so on, and you're like, holy shit.
Exactly. Architecture. Like there's people who
Architecture.
love architecture. When they see
Sure.
architecture, I know I got friends that be like, oh, that's porn.
Yeah.
Architecture.
Okay, so what are you trying
Yeah,
to say?
it's like
Kenny?
that's like love, like dopamine fueled love for a
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
Well, I think
As long as nobody's getting hurt.
the intoxication that people have, the worst part is like when one person's in love and the other person's in like.
That's us right now.
Well, who's in like?
No, because you said you love Bill Maher and you like me.
Not and
And I love you. So that was
no, I actually love you both.
all right. All right.
Oh, wow,
And the funny thing
incredible.
is like as
The funny thing is like this very childlike view that Kanye has on the world. Because when he's talking about being in love versus being in like, he's like, don't tell me that like, let's not pretend that it has nothing to do with Kim Kardashian, because that's exactly where we are. I don't even know if she likes him anymore, but
as a visionary. Visionaries are more extreme than business people. Because
Okay.
a visionary
well,
would do bad
yeah.
business for their vision. A business person will never do bad business.
It's well put.
yeah, that's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course. A visionary is like an idealist, somebody who sees an ideal society. A businessman is a pragmatic person that might be able to turn that vision into something more. Right. It really comes down to. It's really a conversation about proportional steps. If I had a vision that everybody would be happy and healthy in the entire world and all that, and let's say I had a vision that everybody would be rich and nobody would be poor, that's a great vision. Is that practical? Probably not, but what are the steps that we could take, right? So like, maybe healthcare, right? You take that's the businessman would say, let's start with healthcare, right? Bro, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm harping too much on these things. Again, Kanye talks about himself as if he's a fucking god and like this like superior intellect, and these things that he says are just so basic, and I just want to point it out. That's it.
Yeah, it's really well put.
So when you say I don't care about money, it's like, yeah, I feel you. Like I feel that I care in a way that I need that. But I care about the vision that I have to a Steve Jobs level, to the point of putting that above my regular human existence, meaning having to go and take all the arrows, that I become a soldier of the vision.
That's fucking unhinged.
Because someone could say, a wife could say to, like, say like in the 60s, their husband's about to go to war. The wife may not want their husband to go to war.
Or we could even say maybe in the 30s, maybe in the 40s, huh? Maybe in the 40s, huh? World War, I hope that's for World War II, right? The 40s, I'm getting that right. 1942, is that when it ended? Something like that. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of being a little cheeky, a little cheek and tongue on the anti-Semitism, you know?
Because of their children.
Okay.
But he's going to war.
Okay.
Because of their children.
Definitely. Do you regret any aspect?
I love that he moved on. I know what he's trying to say. He's like, I don't want you to go to war because of your children. I want you to stay home with the kids. But he has to go to war to defend his children. Ironically, the Vietnam War, not considered a very just war. The last just war I think that we engaged in was, it was World War II. Where we, I don't think Vietnam was kind of a failure all around. So a little bit ironic that he referenced kind of a failure of a war that I don't know. I'm not sure that we even went there for any actual reasonable purpose. Maybe I'm just uneducated, but I don't know if it was a just war.
Of just giving everything to your vision. I mean, you've spoken about that, saying like, I got fucked over in the business side.
I promise that I had to stop envying cool people.
Pete Davidson's penis?
At their current cool time.
Nice.
If anything, if someone's cool and I say their name a lot, I'm going to flash the light on them so much that it ages their coolness. It's actually a war technique. Showered in compliments.
Yeah.
Because that's
a war technique.
To be able to stay at 45 years old to still be the bad kid in class. At 45, I'm still in the principal's office.
See, all these references to him being like a fucking child. I find them weird. Did he get like a traumatic brain injury at some point in his life? I'm not kidding. I'm asking a genuine question. Weird comparisons of himself.
Because if you look at, like, say, fashion, right? If you think of something fashionable, it's probably going to look like the kid in the principal's office. That's going to be the fashion. And that's part of the reason why I'm the most influential person in fashion, because I refuse to leave the principal's office. If the substitute teacher comes in, I'm going to say, you got a big butt.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get, and they're going
to right back to the principal's office.
And people are going to be like, yo. And that's what you keep on saying. Like, who can we talk to?
So Kanye's 45. It says he got his big break in 2000. How old was he in the year 2000? How old was I in the fucking year 2000? Was that 22 years ago? He was like in his early 20s. Is that my math correct there? The reason I'm kind of like asked or looking into that is because generally speaking, people seem to stop aging when they become rich. There's something about not having any true stress in your life that seems to cause people to no longer grow or evolve. These people are fucking so dumb. Holy shit. Sorry. And so I'm wondering, because he seems to be very much stuck in this childish mentality.
Too. Because no one can talk to me. No, I'm out of control, bro. It's just God, then me, and then fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That's really how I live my life. And I just want to say this one thing about the children thing. I wanted to, put that point together, put that idea together. I don't like the word point. I'm really big on like words being powerful, says the person with the sleepy tweet.
Yeah.
So
you're full of contradictions.
Yeah,
That's
I'm a human being,
true.
right? It's like some days I'm like, I could go 30 days to be so.
That's the most intelligent thing he's actually said. That's the literal only smart thing that Kanye said this entire time human beings are full of contradictions. It's 100% correct. It's very difficult to be fully aligned. That is some of the emotions in this. I don't think he even meant it at all. I think he meant it as a way to kind of like deflect criticism, but it is actually the only smart thing that he said today.
All of
So
it.
it's
You know, like
funny.
really like I'm a monk. I'm being like faithful to God.
Wow.
And then I'll go like working out, no carbs, like my weight will fluctuate. And I'll have times I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't feel like being told what to do. So I don't want to work out with a trainer.
You sound like a fucking baby. This is what you're describing to me, but okay.
And I just want to drink this Hennessy. But I want to say this thing that I
Or I
will
guess
text
that's human nature too. Maybe I'm being a little too hard there.
to Kim sometimes. I'll say, you know, you may not understand what I'm doing right now, but you will. And that's what I would say to everyone. You may not understand what I'm doing. And this gives a little bit, maybe we're like 20% there, but there's still going to be people, we leave this interview and they're like, I still don't like the way he apologized. I still don't want to say
Because you didn't apologize.
what my involvement would have been to make him lead him to that point. And we just want things to be how they are. There's people in the world who want the world to stay as it is. And there's people who want to change the world. And that's happened throughout time. They say that with Da Vinci, halfway into a conversation, he could not suffer fools so much that he would walk away halfway into the conversation. And I said, well, that's why it's the Da Vinci Code and not the Da Vinci world. And every time I go and piss off a group of people or do these things, on some end, it's like I could be turning my thing from a potential world vision to a code, or I could be opening up conversations with new friends that I may trust someday.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. that because
Something.
the change you will have on the world that you don't know for sure, but it'll happen across years, even decades. So you have to think in the future. Like you're working in the future. Your actions are working in the future. And a lot of people will judge this conversation and others you've done and so on in the present, and that doesn't matter.
You know why I apologize, why I say I'm sorry to the Jewish people that I hurt? It's not about, like I said, I'm not going to hold this apology hostage, right? It's obviously it's
are.
about God, but God is everything, right? So what's
The apology is being held hostage based on like I mean, you didn't even apologize, so you guess you did because you want Jewish people to admit that they're responsible somehow for like the fucking 2 people that pissed you off in your life.
point of having language and being, you can't engineer if you say God, right? It's like, it's God asks us to be judgmental so that you become, if you're a doctor, right? It's your judgment that saves grandma, right? And God puts that in this. Like we have God inside us. We're a piece of God also, right? So I'm going to go specific to a person.
I'll tell you right now, wish I was a piece of pizza because I'm fucking hungry.
That story about Da Vinci alone is enough of a reason for me.
No, I'm sorry. That made me. I'm really sorry. What I just said was so dumb, but for some reason, it really made me fucking laugh. I don't know why. I'm a fucking child. Holy shit.
Give a sincere apology to the Jewish people, because I do believe that there's a Da Vinci Code inside of all of my misspellings and scribbles right here.
No, there's not.
That
You're an idiot.
God wants me to get to the world. And when I'm in my way, if God has set something on me, when I'm in my way, I'm in God's way. Now I can point at other people and say, hey, you guys are in God's way because you're not listening to me. But if I'm in my way, I'm not listening to God. And for me to be a philosopher and a leader, or whatever other language, I have to listen to God. So before God, what I will do is start off as a samurai and say, I'm sorry for hurting you.
Perfect.
As a Jewish person, I'm sorry for the way that made you feel. And I'm sorry for the entire population of a race that I feel is actually my brothers, because I classify and feel that I'm also connected with Christ in that way, that my people came from Africa in that way. And I can't say it's this exact teaching or that exact teaching, but I feel that there's an important, the sons of Abraham, however we want to word it, right? For us to come together and bring our different talents together to serve God collectively. And he, as much of an alien as I am, he did not call for me to alienate. And that's what the problem has been, especially in politics and in America. He placed America as the TV, as the radio to the world. We invented rock and roll, right? We are the influencers of the rest of the planet. We're the youngest startup in history, right? We're the youngest country. We're the youngest superpower.
So I just want to respond to this comment. I've been doing better about responding to comments. I hate how charitable to Kanye you are, slowly but surely losing respect. You don't let Chad have an opinion without going goblin mode anymore. You are far, far too charitable to a lot of people. So the first issue I have with what you said is that you just showed up to here. I shouldn't even really respond to what you have to say because it's not constructive criticism. It's kind of just an emotional outburst, but I'm going to respond to it. You just showed up here. And now you're asserting something after I've honestly been kind of shitting on Kanye for the past 4 hours. So I find that to be funny. Second of all, the criticism that I'm too charitable to a lot of people, I think that people on the internet are too quick to be provocative And the reason people do that is because it's an easy dunk to say that people that are perceived as bad online are bad online. I'm not here for like easy dunks. I've always been very charitable, and I've always gotten the criticism that I'm too charitable, because it's a human thing to do, to form my own opinion, or it's a smart thing to do. It's why I'm not an amazingly large content creator, but it is the staple of why I am like as popular as I am. And I'm not that popular because I'm calm, cool, collected, and I try to be intelligent. So that you're asking me to be somebody that is and the reason why you may have started watching my content, I would imagine, is because of that charitability, because I'm trying to form my own opinion instead of just ride the status quo. Additionally, I talked about in another video that I posted on the main channel about how I've been very quick to emotional provocation, especially from like disrespectful chatters. I would somewhat classify you in there. I think you express yourself respectfully, but I just kind of feel like your criticism isn't grounded in like logic. I'm trying to be more polite. But I've talked about that as well. I've addressed that. I've apologized for that, actually. You haven't seen it, and I can understand that. I feel like you came in here for 5 seconds to express something, and you probably left because you're frustrated with me without actually taking the time to listen to the content that I'm producing. I think that's what happened. Am I getting attacked by those things? Because there's people here who've been here for a long time, and they've been engaging with me the whole entire time. And for some reason, and this is the problem that I'm experiencing, my reaction to things like this is a bigger deal. But I gave somebody who doesn't actually consume my content. Most of the time, people who give me this criticism are people who barely watch my content, and then they come in and then they kind of feel entitled to my attention, over giving like positive attention to like more positively affirming messages. So I think that's the greatest issue that I have. But yeah, they're already gone, so I don't know why the fuck I said that. They kind of just popped in to say something really stupid and leave. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have even humored that. Well, that's life, brothers. Yeah.
Right. So for me, in my position, the fact that I can talk to Trump one day and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of decisive, divisive language, you know, proving that I can be just as racist as a racist white person. Oh, I can be a racist black person also.
Hold on a second.
Be at Paris Fashion Week. They don't.
Wait, hold on.
Youngest superpower, right? So for me, in my position, the fact that I can talk to Trump one day and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of decisive, divisive language, you know, proving that I can be just as racist as a racist white person.
What is
I
racism?
can be a racist black person also. That's not what God has called me to do. So how do I simplify and say, hey, to you as a visionary?
I'm not understanding what he's saying. Is he saying that he was being racist by associating with Trump? I'm just confused, frankly. Okay. I'm just getting a little confused about it.
As an engineer, as a person that's given me a platform, that as my brother, I want to apologize to you for how that made you feel, and to the rest of
this guy, Phineas?
The people that carry specifically that pain, not the pain that I talk about. That doesn't seem to be as much of a pain for people when I talk about the abortion clinics and stuff. That's an argued pain even in my own community. Like, not everyone thinks that's a pain. But for the Jewish community, it's collectively, this was a pain. And I've gone...
The issue that the person had when they said that they're not allowed to have an opinion without me going goblin mode is them expressing that they feel like when somebody says something disagreeable to me that I go off the rails. That's like partially true. It's not fully. This looks, that's cool as fuck. What the hell? How the fuck does he look like this? That's awesome. You fucking scumbag. Anyway, what ends up happening is that like they'll disagree with me in a disrespectful way, and then I'll go off the fucking rails. So like I'm justified in my frustrations, but I allow myself to go too far and get too irritated and too like riled up. That's what they're more referring to. I don't know that they understand that, but that's what they're referring to.
I've gone so far just psychologically on this journey since that statement had happened, where I didn't want to like give up the candy in my pocket. I didn't want to say, hey, I stuck my hand in the candy jar. I wanted to defend my freedom of speech. I wanted to this. But even with freedom of speech, pain is pain. Causing people to hurt is not helping. Causing people to hurt is not helping. So that means I have to take a more sophisticated approach to engineering this problem. This problem is the opportunity.
So the problem is that like what he's saying right now is true. I just don't think that he believes anything that he's saying right now. Like, yeah, this is true. Like, causing pain isn't helpful. But then when he's pushed to apologize genuinely, he gets very irritated, very frustrated, and he gets very defensive. So it's very fucking bizarre.
And yes, that what could some people may deem as a mistake. Would it be more genuine if I called it a mistake? I think I would be hypocritical by calling it a mistake with the ending of that, the idea I'm going to say out loud. So I don't try to be a hypocrite on purpose. But I will call it a mistake to add a genuine, to be genuine about the feeling. With that mistake, with me as a human being, not to justify, but I have to state that God makes no mistakes, because if I hadn't made that mistake, I wouldn't be in front of you today. And that's not to justify
shit again coming
this,
right now. Holy fuck, this is so deep, dude.
Sleepy text.
But I can tell you're a man that has love in his heart, and I hear that. I hear it through the words.
To be genuine and truly honest, I don't see any love in Kanye's heart. I don't know what Lex is seeing. Sorry. I don't know what it is that Lex is seeing, or he feels like he's seeing. I don't know where's the love in Kanye's heart. He seems to have nothing but hatred. And you could say that's not his fault or something if you wanted to. I don't really care, but I don't see the love in Kanye's heart. It seems like his grievances come secondary to the hatred, to the anti-Semitism comes before the productive nature of, I guess, helping the people that he's saying are effectively disenfranchised and manipulated through his, media and whatnot.
Explicitly and implicitly. And I think if we're to engineer a better future, the way to do that is with love.
There we go.
So as one human to another, I love you, brother. Thank you for talking today. This is great.
Okay. Oh, that was cool.
I like you too.
Damn.
Damn. Not even in with love.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ye himself. Nothing in life is promised except death. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Okay. Again, not a particularly nuanced. Like, sure, yes, of course. Okay. Well, that was interesting. I really enjoyed the conversation. Overall, I have a newfound disrespect for Kanye West after listening to that. Listen, the biggest thing that I have an issue with is the lack of accountability for what he's saying. He refuses to acknowledge what he did was wrong. And the even bigger issue, at least from my worldview, is that he's pretending that he apologized when he doesn't care. I'm pretty consistent about this. If you're going to be anti-Semitic, just say, like, I hate Jewish people. Just say that. Stop pretending that you apologize. Stop pretending that there's this greater thing you're trying to speak to. There was no message behind you saying DEFCON 3 to Jewish people. You were simply being antagonistic, provocative, and expressing an unjustifiable anger. And you were being a fucking dickhead. And stop pretending that, like, you have this deep connection to caring about anything, because the reality is I don't think Kanye gives a fuck for the most part. He just now feels like pigeonholed into giving a fuck about shit and having like a motive. I think that he feels cheated by some people in his life, and he's used it to say fuck Jewish people, but he doesn't actually care to advocate for people to actually be better off in some capacity. I guess like rich people or people signing contracts getting a better deal, because if you were, you'd focus on solving this problem of people getting ripped off by potential contracts rather than just trying to blame it on all Jewish people.
I want Papa God to pee on my face, but just as a friend. There's nothing weird about that. I want him to pee on my face.